Say your needs. Say your words.
Yes, Outlander?
You have something to say to me?
I'm listening.
Say to me?
Sweet moon sugar.
Out.
Well, I find myself in pleasant company. Please share your thoughts.
Greetings to you. A pleasure to meet you.
Watch your step.
Share your thoughts, friend. I enjoy the company.
Oh? No more endurance training. Okay.
The pleasure
At least
is
for
all
medium
mine.
armor. Okay.
In the year 401 BC, at the height of the period known as the Greek Golden Age, a Persian prince named Cyrus the Younger was fighting a bitter civil war against his brother and was trying to seize the throne of Persia. To help him in this fight, he hired a mercenary army of mostly Greek soldiers.
Izzy, how's it going?
10,000 men who travelled the long road to Persia to fight on his behalf. Among them was the Greek writer and adventurer named Xenophon, and he later wrote about this expedition in his work entitled Anabasis. Xenophon and his companions met the enemy Persian army at the Battle of Cunaxa, on the banks of the Euphrates River, and they gave the Persian prince Cyrus value for his money. The Greek heavy troops beat the Persians back and delivered a victory for the man who had hired them. But when the dust of battle had cleared, they heard the bad news. Cyrus the Younger had been killed, apparently knocked from his horse by a young common soldier. His claim to the throne of Persia had died with him, and the war was over. For the Greeks, this must have been heartbreaking. Their long journey, the victorious battle, and all their sacrifices had been for nothing. Their general had also been killed, and all of their senior commanders captured, leaving them without a leader and stranded in the middle of a foreign land. Now Xenophon and what remained of his 10,000 men had to find their way home to Greece. They knew that their only route was to reach the Black Sea, which lay across the wide deserts of what is today Iraq. They were terrified. They had few supplies, and the enemy army was already pursuing them close behind. They hastily elected some leaders from among them, and Xenophon was one of them. He told his men to throw away everything they carried, shedding weight in order to outrun their enemies, and so they pelted across the deserts and the fertile river lands dotted with date palms, following the course of the river Tigris north. And it's while they fled in this manner that they stumbled upon something that must have made them stop in their tracks. It was the enormous, crumbling ruin of a city, completely deserted, and full of the vast ruins of ancient buildings. This city was larger than anything Xenophon had seen back home in Greece, and later he wrote about this discovery in his work Anabasis.
Kai hoi men polemioi, houto praxantes apelthon, hoi de Hellenes asphalos porevomenoi.
The Greeks continued their march unmolested through the remainder of the day, arrived at the Tigris River. Here was a large, deserted city. Its wall was 25 feet in breadth, 100 in height. The whole circuit of the wall was 11 kilometers. It was built of clay bricks, rested upon a stone foundation 6 meters high. Nearby this city was a pyramid of stone, a plethrum in breadth, and 2 plethra in height. And upon this pyramid were many barbarians who had fled away from the neighboring villages.
I have not seen them live. It sounds like you're watching him live.
But Xenophon didn't have time to linger. The pursuing Persians were right behind them, and he couldn't spare any time to explore the ruins. They dashed onwards, following the river north. But then, only a day or 2 later, the Greeks came across another ruin. This one even larger and more impressive, surrounded by an enormous series of crumbling walls.
Enteuthen de poreuthes an stathmon, henna parasagas, hex prostekos eren, mega.
The Greeks marched 34 kilometers to a great stronghold, deserted and lying in ruins. The foundation of its wall was made of polished stone, full of shells. It was 15 meters in breadth and 15 in height. Upon this foundation was built a wall of brick, 15 meters in breadth and 30 meters in height, and the circuit of the wall was 30 kilometers.
Once again, they had no time to stop. But it's clear that the sight of these lonely, crumbling ruins affected Xenophon. For days afterwards, he asked any local people he encountered who had built such enormous constructions all alone out there in the desert. No one he spoke to could tell him anything, and it seemed no one even knew the names of these great cities. Some people thought they might have been built by the Medes, a people who now occupied the area. Others told fantastical stories about the gods bringing down fire and thunder to destroy these ancient walls, killing everyone who had once lived within them. Today, we do know the names of these cities, and it's thought that Xenophon, at the end of the 5th century BC, was the earliest person to stumble upon them and write an account. These were the cities of Nimrud and Nineveh. At the time when Xenophon stumbled across these ruins, nearly 2.5 millennia ago, the first stones of the Parthenon in Athens had been laid only 50 years earlier. The Colosseum in Rome would not be built for another 500 years. But the city of Nineveh had already been an ancient ruin for more than 2 centuries. This mighty city had flourished, boomed into a towering capital, home to hundreds of thousands of people. It had given birth to some of the ancient world's most beautiful art and architecture, and then, all at once, fallen into dust. Xenophon and his men did eventually return to Greece, and when he wrote his memoirs, he gives special attention to those moments, when he looked out over the sand-blasted desert, the grasses sprouting between the crumbling bricks, as the wind battered his hair and tugged at his clothes. In those moments, Xenophon must have asked himself, who were these people who built such vast cities out here in the desert? How could such a great metropolis vanish so completely beneath the sands? And if so many people had once lived there, what in all the world could have happened to them? My name's Paul Cooper, and you're listening to the Fall of Civilizations podcast. Each episode, I look at a civilization of the past that rose to glory, and then collapsed into the ashes of history. I want to ask, what did they have in common? What led to their fall? And what did it feel like to be a person alive at the time, who witnessed the end of their world? In this episode, I want to look at one of the most remarkable ancient civilizations, the society known today as the Assyrian Empire. I want to explore how the Assyrians built their empire out of the ashes of the Bronze Age, and built an empire of iron that lasted for centuries. I want to show how they expanded and developed to become perhaps the world's first military superpower, as well as fostering an extraordinary flourishing of art and learning. And finally, I want to tell the story of what happened to cause their final, devastating collapse. In this episode, we return for the first time to a setting that we've seen before, in episode 8 on the Sumerians. These are the arid desert lands of Mesopotamia. Mesopotamia is a vast floodplain. For millions of years, its lands have been watered by two great rivers, the river Tigris and the river Euphrates.
Jesus Christ.
These great watercourses flow south from the mountains of Turkey and bring enormous quantities of silt down with them. If we were to soar high above the Earth's surface, we would see these two rivers as vivid lines of green snaking through the dusty land. The rivers Tigris and Euphrates form one arm of a geographical feature that has come to be known as the Fertile Crescent. This is an area of land roughly in the shape of a half-moon that runs from the marshlands of southern Iraq, north up the silt-rich rivers, then west to the humid coast of Syria. The Fertile Crescent continues south through the mountainous lands of...
I really don't have time for this, so make it quick.
To us, the Assyrian Empire feels like a relic of the impossibly distant past. But it's worth reminding ourselves that for them, their world was already ancient. The earliest settlements in this region, like the ones found at Göbekli Tepe and Çatalhöyük, are truly ancient, each between 12 and 9,000 years old. They are some of the first evidence we have of humans living in large societies after the end of the Ice Age. Assyrians also had an incredibly rich awareness of their own ancient history and the cultural roots of their society. Since the invention of writing by the Sumerians around the year 3200 BC, humans had been passing their knowledge down from generation to generation, and it's hard to overstate just how powerful this was. The Assyrians held on to the memory of several of the great kings of the Sumerian age, revering them as semi-mythical heroes.
Shit.
Among these was the legendary hero Gilgamesh,
And shoot him
who
through the
slayed
wall.
monsters
Jesus.
and went on a quest to find the secret of eternal life. And they still told stories about the Akkadian king Sargon the Great, who, for the later Assyrians, had lived nearly 2 millennia in the past. For them, Sargon was about as distant in the past as Julius Caesar is
I don't think
for
I can
us.
shoot him through the
But
wall.
his name was still on their lips. They still told stories about him, wrote about him, and drew inspiration from him, as this Middle Assyrian text, called Sargon the King of Battle, demonstrates.
While Sargon dwelt in the land, his heroes with him,
Fucking hate
12
teams. Why did
he
they come in
chose.
here?
He brought his army across the fir tree land. He conquered the cedar mountain. He took for his weapon the lightning bolt of his god.
Like the Sumerians before them, the Assyrians saw the ruins of ancient cities scattering their landscape and developed stories to explain how they got there. They believed that a great flood had once washed over the world, and that these ruined heaps of stone and brick were a remnant of this destructive ancient event. So I think it's worth reminding ourselves, right at the outset, that the Assyrians did not think of themselves as we might think of them, as an early culture at the dawn of human history, but as a people on the cutting edge of human progress, the product of a long and ancient line, and the culmination of all that humanity was capable of. Since the fall of the Sumerian Empire, the language of Akkadian had become the region.
Whoa, Serrano Ebony Helm?
Replacing the old
This guy just
Sumerian
dropped an
language.
Ebony Helm, and it's
And
named.
the cities that had once formed part
What
of
the
the
fuck?
Sumerian empires had broken away. They were now a loose constellation of independent city-states, dotted up and down
Okay,
the
let's save
rivers
it.
Tigris and Euphrates. Each city had their own king, their own army, and their own god. As we saw in episode 8, for much of the region's early history, the Akkadians had been something of a junior partner to their Sumerian cousins. But now, with the
Open here,
collapse
cave in.
of Sumer, the Akkadian cities of
The
the
Drew
north were
Shield.
finally free, and they
Drag
set
Shield, I
out
don't know.
on their own journeys. One of these cities was the city
We'll leave this stuff
of
here.
Ashur.
It's fine. Anything else? The diamond there.
Ashur was
it for
occupied
here.
from at
Ooh,
least
there's an
the
archer.
year 2500.
Still a lot of
BC.
enemies in here.
It was founded at the height of Sumerian rule, on a bank of the river Tigris in northern Iraq, about halfway between the modern cities of Tikrit and Mosul. Ashur was probably an early trading city. It would have been a town of tents and houses built from river clay, thatched with reeds. The smells
he's
of
dead.
cattle and wood smoke would have drifted through its muddy streets. The sounds of people and the fluttering of the leaves of date palms,
That's
perhaps already
massive
the first
fucking
canals
spider here.
being
That guy's
dug
probably still
to
alive.
water its fields. In its early days, it would have been a very humble place, and it would be hard to imagine the glorious legacy that
Got
its
him.
people would one day construct. Throughout the Sumerian period, the town of Ashur did well, and some of this was down to its natural advantages. It was nestled on a bend of the river Tigris that sheltered it on its north and east side, and its builders improved its natural defences with a system of strong buttressed walls that made it a strong fortress. The rivers of Mesopotamia were the land's lifeblood. They brought water for drinking and to irrigate the fields, but in the rough landscape, they also acted as the highways along which trade could move on barges and
dangerous.
ships. Carvings
Is there
of the time
enemy there?
show
I can't
long
tell.
boats powered with
Ah,
oars,
there is a ghost.
forging
It's like
over
right
the brown
there.
waters of the
So hard to
rivers,
see.
carrying wheat and barley, copper and tin, as well as fine
Got him.
woods and stone from
Oh,
the
he's
north.
still alive.
As a crucial stop along one of these rivers,
That's a
Ashur
very
soon grew to be a wealthy
hardy
place.
ghost.
Excavations of its houses show that by the
I really
second
need a
millennium,
night eye. This
many of
lantern
them
does
were
nothing.
spacious mansions.
So fucking
It
dark.
became common for wealthy families to keep vaults beneath their floors to hide their many valuables. Jewelry made of gold and polished brass,
Skeleton archer.
inlaid with semi-precious stones
Roll viper
like
bolts.
carnelian, agate, and the brilliant blue lapis
That's the guy I
lazuli.
need.
Excavations have even uncovered dozens of libraries and archives in the city, where texts written in cuneiform on clay tablets were stored, a clear indicator of a city overflowing with wealth. The wealthy families of Ashur were also able to donate handsomely to religious organizations, and the city would become home to no fewer than 34 temples to the various gods worshipped by all the people of Mesopotamia. Gods like the sun god Shamash, and the moon god Sin, the storm god Adad, Ishtar, the goddess of love
Iron
and
boots.
war, and of course, the king of the gods, Enlil. We can imagine walking through the city streets at
Bottle
this
charm.
time and hearing the incantations washing out of the temple doors and overlapping in the hot air. The priests of the different gods competing for attention in a crowded
Gross.
city, the ringing of bells and the
there a
banging
repair
of
hammer
drums,
here?
the singing
Ironworks.
of hymns. Funeral processions may have floated past,
Pretty sure
chanting
that's everything here.
poetry such as this surviving devotional hymn to the Babylonian god Marduk.
The man who is departing in glory,
Okay.
may his soul shine
Okay.
radiant as brass.
Good night,
To
Oji-san.
that man, may the sun give life.
Mm.
And Marduk, eldest son of heaven,
If you
grant
want.
him an abode
Oh shit.
of happiness.
Wait. I'm fighting.
The temples also
Fighting a
performed
motherfucker.
services for the sick. If you visited
healing.
the temple of Ishtar with an ailment, it's likely you would have heard something like this prayer being said over you by one of its priests.
Okay. That wasn't so bad.
Bind the sick man to heaven, for from the earth he is being torn away. Of the brave man, who was so strong, his strength has departed. In his bodily frame, he lies dangerously ill. But Ishtar, who in her dwelling is grieved for him, descends from her mountain, unvisited of men. To the door of the sick man she comes.
And soon, like most cities of this time, the city of Ashur developed a god of its own. In fact, the city virtually became a god. In the religious systems of Mesopotamia, gods and cities had an intimate and interwoven relationship. The gods of this time performed many of the duties that they do for us today. They could be called for in times of need or given sacrifices to ward off evil. But at this time, each city also had a god in the same way that every sports team has a mascot. The god was believed to quite literally live in the highest chamber of the city's temple, often in a statue dedicated to them. If you visited another city on business, it was considered sensible to give an offering to the city's god while you were there. And if two cities went to war, it was thought that their gods were battling it out in the heavens, just as their armies were fighting down on earth. And the more a city succeeded, the more power its god was presumed to have. As the city of Ashur grew in importance, its people named the city's god after the city itself, and so the god Ashur was born. Grand temples were thrown up to this new deity, and as the city went from strength to strength, worship of Ashur rose to become the highest form of religion for its people. This god rapidly took on new symbols and iconography. He became thought of as a robed man wearing a crown and holding a bow, often appearing in carvings at the center of a winged disc, looking down on the world and the golden city over which he presided. As the confidence of the cult of Ashur grew, eventually the position of Enlil as the king of the gods, a position he had held for 1,000 years, was in jeopardy. Over the next centuries, the god Ashur even took over Enlil's wife, the goddess Ninlil, and his sons Ninurta and Zababa. Ashur, and not Enlil, was now the supreme god for this city's people. The people of the city of Ashur would soon become known as Ashuraye, but today we call them Assyrians. Like many of the powerful cities of this region, for the next millennium or so, the Assyrians of the city of Ashur would make several attempts to found their own kingdom, and a number of times they succeeded. One great king named Shamshi-Adad ruled at the end of the 19th century BC, and he conquered large areas outside of Ashur, bringing back great wealth to the city. Under his reign, the people of Ashur built a grand royal palace, and the temple to the god Ashur was furnished with a ziggurat, an enormous stepped tower that in the Bronze Age was a statement of a city's membership to an elite and powerful club. But this early flourishing of Assyrian power was stamped out by the rival power of Babylon, a powerful city in the south that established its own empire under the famous king Hammurabi. This was the fate of the people of Ashur for much of the second millennium BC. They were able to rise a little bit before being swallowed up by a bigger fish. They were folded into the empires of Babylon, the Mitanni, and the Hittites, and would usually spend a century or so as a possession before throwing off their rulers and once more going it alone. But throughout this time, there was also a flourishing of Assyrian culture. One epic poem, known today as the Tukulti Ninurta epic, has survived from this time. It glorifies Assyrian military conquests in the south and sets out a model for how the ideal Assyrian king should behave. And it also contains a vision of the fierce, warlike spirit of the Assyrian people.
They charged forward furiously to the fray, without any armor. They had stripped off their breastplates, discarded their clothing. They tied up their hair and polished their weapons. The fierce, heroic men danced with sharpened weapons. They blasted at one another like struggling lions, with eyes flashing. Particles drawn in a whirlwind swirled around in combat. Death, as if on a day of thirsting, slakes itself at the sight of the warrior.
But as the second millennium BC drew to a close, around the years 1200 to 1150 BC, the Assyrians would face a challenge of astonishing magnitude. The period that followed has gone down in history with the name the Bronze Age Collapse. As we saw in our second episode, for reasons we still don't entirely understand, a wave of destruction would soon wash over this region. Hordes of a mysterious force known as the Sea Peoples would land on its shores. Famine would spread from city to city. This destruction would sweep whole civilizations off the map and leave virtually no inhabited cities left in the eastern Mediterranean region. Only two great societies emerged on the other side of this destruction. One was Egypt. As we saw in our second episode, the Egyptians managed to stop the Sea Peoples in a daring ambush on the waters of the Nile Delta, and just about held their society together. And the other was Assyria. It survived by withdrawing from its recent conquests, and holding on to only those territories that were essential to keeping its trade routes open. It withdrew back to its heartland and survived in a diminished form. But as the wave of destruction ended, the challenges that Assyria faced were enormous. as the historian Georges Roux recounts.
Towards the end of the 10th century BC, Assyria was at her lowest ebb. Economic collapse was impending. She had lost all her possessions west of the Tigris, and her vital arteries, the great trade routes that ran through the mountain passes, were in foreign lands. Hostile highlanders occupied not only the heights of the Zagros, but the foothills down to the edge of the Tigris Valley, while Aramaean tribes pitched their tents almost at the gates of Ashur.
At this time, Assyria's territory consisted of little more than a strip of land along the river Tigris, surrounded on all sides by determined enemies. But there were also things to be thankful for. For one thing, Assyria's enemies seemed incapable of uniting. For much of this history, they hated each other as much as they hated the Assyrians, and this would prove crucial for Assyrian survival. In the flat plains of Iraq, Assyria had no natural boundaries or defenses. For its survival, it relied on the fact that its enemies could be dealt with one by one. The powerful Assyrian army could march one way, then the other, smashing each enemy in turn, and subsequent kings would do everything they could to ensure that this continued to be the case. The main cities of Assyria were also virtually untouched by the disaster of the Bronze Age collapse, and they continued their economic output throughout the crisis. Assyria still had chariots and horses and weapons. It had access to iron, the new metal that had been used for ceremonial and decorative objects for centuries, but was only just beginning to be used to forge weapons and armor. The introduction of iron meant that Assyria was no longer dependent on the fragile supply of copper that came to them from across the mountains in the faraway mines of Afghanistan. Iron occurs 10 times more commonly in the Earth's crust than copper, and could be found just about anywhere. The warriors of Assyria had been trained by years of constant fighting, and were now among the best in the world. And perhaps most importantly, the line of royal succession had supposedly not been broken for more than 200 years, meaning that the kings of Assyria claimed to draw on an ancient and unchallenged legitimacy among their people. In this region at the time, no other state could say the same. And to at least one Assyrian king, it must have seemed clear that if Assyria could only seize its opportunity, it could become a power unlike any that had been seen before. That man's name was Tiglath-Pileser I. Tiglath-Pileser ascended to the throne in the year 1114 BC. He was the son of a harsh ruler named Ashur-Resha-Ishi I. His father had been remorseless in his campaigns, giving himself the title the Avenger of Assyria and merciless hero of battle. One surviving edict by his father declares that the penalty for fraternizing with palace women was to be thrown into an oven, and it's clear that Tiglath-Pileser inherited at least some of his father's harsh reputation. A series of laws was written during his reign called the Middle Assyrian Law Code, and they included incredibly harsh punishments against women. In one, a married woman who has an affair is decreed to be killed. But he was an energetic ruler and a skillful campaigner. One of his royal inscriptions describes him in the following manner.
Unrivaled king of the universe,
King of the four kingdoms, king of all princes, lord of lords, whose weapons the god Asher has sharpened, and whose name he has pronounced eternally for control of the four quarters. Splendid flame which covers the hostile land like a rainstorm.
This kind of overflowing self-praise is quite typical of how all Assyrian kings described themselves. But in the case of Tiglath-Pileser, it's clear that the challenges he faced were indeed formidable. He had inherited an Assyria that was threatened on multiple fronts. In the north, climate shifts had been driving nomadic horsemen into the northern plains. The Mushku people of Syria had occupied certain Assyrian districts in the upper Euphrates Valley. The Hittite people had also snatched some of its territory, and the powerful rival of Babylon still lay to the south. But Tiglath-Pileser didn't waste any time. He attacked the Mushku first and conquered them, and then drove out the Hittites and Aramaeans. And everywhere he went, he placed a record of his victories. In one of the strong fortresses he built along his border, he engraved the following message on a series of copper plates in the base of the walls.
Altogether, I conquered 42 lands and their rulers. From the other side of the lower Zab in distant mountainous regions to the...
Guys, I'm gonna make a new build. I'm gonna make an enchanter again. Yeah, this build is kind of fun, but it's also kind of boring too. Like all I do is like shoot people with a bolt. Let's go make a new build. Wait, let's go save it first.
Stand up. There you go. You were dreaming.
I'm just gonna make an enchanter. I know they're OP, but they're also just really fun to play as.
Not even last night's storm could wake you. I heard them say we've reached Morrowind. I'm sure they'll let us go. Quiet. Here comes the guard.
This is where you get off. Come with me.
This is where they want you. Head down to the dock and I'll show you to the census office.
You finally arrived, but our records don't show from where.
Oh my god. Are undead immune to poison? Let me go check. Guess they are. We could do Dark Elf and then just use fire spells or something. So we don't have reflect. Oh my god, I almost choked myself on a glass of water. What happened to all the hair options? There's only like 5 in here. This Magica. We can be an Argonian. I'll just be Dark Elf. Be Dark Elf, like resist fire 75 is already really good. I don't need magic up bonus because I don't do conjure. I don't do like spells. I'll just be using magical items.
Great. I'm sure you'll fit right in. Follow me up to the office and they'll finish your release.
Ah, yes. We've been expecting you. You'll have to be recorded before you're officially released. There are a few ways we can do this, and the choice is yours.
The choice is mine. I kind of want to answer his questions and then we can like make our own.
On a clear day, you chance upon a strange animal, its leg trapped in a hunter's claw snare. Judging from the bleeding, it will not survive long. What do you do?
Use herbs for my pack. Probably.
One summer afternoon, your father gives you a choice of chores. What would you rather do?
Work in the forge, gather herbs, or go catch fish. I go catch fish.
Your cousin has given you a very embarrassing nickname, and even worse, likes to call you it in front of your friends. You have asked him to stop, but he finds it very amusing to watch you blush. What do you do?
Beat up your cousin. Tell him that he ever calls you that nickname again, you'll bloody him worse.
There is a lot of heated discussion at the local tavern over a group of people called telepaths. They've been hired by certain city-state kings. Rumor has it these telepaths read a person's mind, and
Terrible practice.
Your mother sends you to the market with a list of goods to buy. After you finish, you find that by mistake a shopkeeper has given you too much money back in exchange for one of the items. What do you do?
Probably pocket the extra money.
While in a marketplace, you witness a thief cut a purse from a noble. Even as he does so, the noble notices and calls for the city guards. In his haste to get away, the thief drops the purse near you.
I'm gonna pick up the bag and keep it.
Your father sends you on a task which you loathe, cleaning the stables. On the way there, pitchfork in hand, you run into your friend from the homestead near your own. He offers to do it for you, in return for a future favor of his choosing. What do you do?
I'll probably decline this
Your
offer.
mother asks you to help fix the stove. While you're working, a very hot pipe slips its moorings and
Push the
falls.
mother out of the
While in
way.
town, the baker gives you a sweet roll. Delighted, you take it into an alley to enjoy, only to be intercepted by a gang of 3 other kids your age. The leader demands the sweet roll, or else he and his friends will beat you and take it. What do you do?
Drop the street wall. We roll and step on it, and then get ready for a fight.
You find that you are witness to a very well-dressed man running from a crowd. He screams to you for help. The crowd behind him seems very angry.
Well-dressed man running from a
What do you
crowd. I'll just stand aside. Personality and past reflect a rogue. Accept this class for now, and then we'll
Very
rebuild
good.
it.
The letter that preceded, you mentioned you were born under a certain sign. And what would that be?
Atronach, obviously. Is there any other sign?
Interesting. Now, before I stamp these papers, make sure this information is correct.
Okay, since we got rogue, we'll do rogue enchanter, or maybe rogue. Rogue enchanter. Sure. Let's do enchanter. Specialization. Magic. Favorite attributes will be endurance and strength. Starting health, yeah. We want both of these because they both affect starting health. major skill. Enchant. Alchemy. Beechcraft, mercantile. Probably sneak as well. Minor skills. Athletics, acrobatics. I kind of want to wear armor. Let's go do like medium armor or something. Well, no, let's not choose armor just yet, just so we can train up endurance using both medium and heavy armor. What else is really hard to level? Instead of sneak, let's go do... Okay, we can do sneak. Security. That's it, really. Like, what else? I actually kind of want, nah, this is good. This is good. Instead of long blade. Armor, sure. Armor and block, these are both really hard. Block especially is quite hard to train. Just because you have to be hit a lot. This looks pretty good.
Show your papers to the captain when you exit to get your release fee.
Okay. I want to be training strength, so...
Continue through to the next building and talk to
Still
Celes.
can't jump yet. That's fine. What we need is permanent we don't need permanent levitation. It would be nice to have. We'll just alternate between jumping and running. I wonder, can we steal this? What is our sneak is at 30. We might be able to do it. Let's see.
Go ahead, stranger.
Make him turn around again.
Grab him.
Shit. Okay, let's load it.
What's this about?
Oh, did I not save it? Shoot, where'd the key go? Did they put it in the evidence chest or something? Oops. Where's the evidence chest? Is it over here? Yeah, this must be it. The chest is in there. Oh well, it's fine. We'll come back later. Okay.
Hurry this up, will you?
Man, can I like load the... I don't have any saves on this character yet. First save, okay. That means I have to go get the levitation potion from the dungeon.
Please, feel free. Talk at your leisure.
Got any enchanted? Okay, so these are like the cheapest spells I can get here. Let's instead go to... Ah, shoot, he took all of my my ingredients too. We're off to a rough start. Like we're leveling up athletics.
Can we hurry this along?
Yeah, let's go to Balmora.
Why walk when you can ride?
Hurry this up, will you?
Join the Mages Guild. Your disease would be nice to have.
My patience is limited.
Travel to Caldera. We'll just steal and sell the orcish armor, just because they don't seem to care very much when I take it. Do that, and then we'll have enough money to get the rest of the stuff that we need.
Yes. Surrender yourself, guards!
Yeah, he says that, but then I don't get bounty, and he doesn't attack me either. Okay, let's go do a bit of shopping.
Yes.
Ring of Aversion. Ring of Lightning Bolt. Hmm. Fireball. Amulet of Opening, sure. Velothi Tower Shield, weight 9. I could get the Velothi robe, but I don't really want to look like... Don't really want to wear a robe. Let's try not to get hit, I guess.
I'm listening. Go ahead.
What's this then?
We need Mark and Recall, and then we also need... Go to Vivek. We'll buy all of these rings. Amulet of Mark. That. Grand Soul Gem. Buy one of these, and then also Soul Trap. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we have Recall now. Let's go to Vivek. There's a trader here that could be worthwhile. No enchantments. Expensive rings, though. Those are always good to have. In fact, I might buy the rest of the expensive rings from the clothier over there. Okay, we need to go to Vivek. Hopefully get a scroll of Summon Golden Saint. Yeah.
What's
What
this
assistance
about?
do you need?
Yeah, let's go Mark over here, just so I don't have to run all the way back. Let's our Mark here.
You
Yes,
have
friend.
something to say to me?
Speak quickly, Outlander, or go away.
Mark and recall. Okay, it's not this guy. I have to
Yes,
save it
friend.
before I load into the zone, but it should be in here somewhere. Maybe not here, but the Telvanni canton.
Yes, friend.
I'm waiting.
Go ahead.
Go by Divine Intervention, Almsivi Intervention. Clothier. Got any expensive rings? Not really. Let's see, maybe I have to load. Shoot. No autosaves. Oh, okay. Yeah, Telvanni Enchanter. Let's go to the Telvanni Canton. Where's that? Veteran. That means Telvanni is probably over there somewhere. Arena. That looks like Telvanni to me. Yeah.
Speak quickly, Outlander, or go away.
Quickly, Outlander. I haven't much time.
Let's go save it here. Alright. Barter. Gold. Nope. No summon Golden Saint. Let's load it. Ah, there we go. Scroll of Summon Golden Saint. We need one of those. And that's really all I can afford. Got anything else, though? Let's see. Does have a glass dagger. That could be nice.
Come on, I haven't got...
Okay, we can make one constant effect enchantment now. Let's
not make this
recall.
official, Outlander. Move along.
I
Go ahead,
suppose
stranger.
it is my duty to
Go.
help those less
Can we-
fortunate than myself.
Can get like a resist magicka. Let's go to Almora. Okay. Go to Balmora.
Yes.
Speak quickly.
No gloves. Should have went to the clothiers in Vivek to buy gloves.
So...
Why walk when you can ride?
Cha cha.
Make it.
Let's hear it. Any time now.
Let's hear
My
it.
patience is limited.
So what do you want? I suppose it is my duty
We have
to help
that
those less
for
fortunate than myself.
that one for those boots. What is this? Give me a sec. Okay. Boots of blinding speed. Caldera. Caldera.
You
Yes,
have
friend.
something to say to me?
Let's hear it.
I really should just put my mark here.
What's this then?
I'm listening.
We go north, I believe. What is this? 125 and 20 feet. We'll ignore the naked Nord for now. There she is. Go and escort her. Let's go take her to Narmak. Just over this mountain here. We need something that doesn't... Yeah, we'll use something that doesn't have AoE on it. Narmak should be here somewhere. You can I think that might be it over there. Okay, it's over here. Yeah, I see the boat. Alright, nice. I have the boots of blinding speed now. Let's go cast this. We'll wait an hour. Oh, can't really. Yeah, here we go. We'll wait an hour. And then quick save it. Cast this. Okay, it worked, I think. Yes. Put the boots on. Now I can run at insane speeds without being blind. Right. Let's go recall.
What's this about?
Can go to Almar. We forgot to pick up a backpack. Let's go do that now. The Sedanine.
Why walk when you
I believe you can get a free one upstairs, actually. Keep forgetting about that.
Come
her?
on then, say something or move on.
Ah, there we go. Balmora. 3 backpacks, sweet. Thanks, alone.
I'm waiting. There's someone watching me. I can tell.
I guess we'll go get like the same armor we were wearing before. So let's go to Telbernora.
Go ahead.
Yes, friend.
We'll go travel to Sadrith Mora. Sadrith Mora. Take the boat to Telbernora. Hey Rusty, how's it going? I made a new character because the old one is a bit boring. I need like spells, something a bit more flashy than just spamming left click over and over again. Ouch. Also, I really need, I think the main reason why I'm going back to Enchanter is because I need Night Eye. Because I can tell on this stream, you guys can barely see anything because it's so fucking dark. Yeah, I should be able to take care of these guys no problem because I have enchanted rings with AoE. That's just how OP enchantment is in this game. Where is this dude? Is he up here? Here he is. Get the journal entry for that. 1,000 gold. Okay. Pray that this works. God, that's loud. Damn, that thing has a lot of charge. Anything else that lightning storm? Ooh. Sure. Look at that. That thing's insane. Okay, took care of them. Look at that. Level 1 just annihilated everything without taking a single bit of damage. Didn't even break a sweat. This is our armor, right? Yeah. We can't use these boots. We need the boots that we have right now. Was it left pauldron? No, it's right pauldron. Okay. Although we want this smaller pauldron. Let's go give this corpse back its pauldron. There we go. Oh wait, what the fuck? I keep using the wrong pauldron. Oh wait. Is it? No. Okay. I did get the right pauldron. Never mind. Never mind. Here's the Dwemer crossbow if we want it. Might as well try these pants on. Yeah. What we need is a nice looking shirt. We don't have a really good shirt. Guess that's alright. Go get a better shirt. Is that Aram Unan Bone Mold Cuirass? Whoa. Well, let's go put that cuirass back on her. The shirt might be nicer. It's like browner. Okay. Let's go recall. Oh wait, we need to pick up our reward first. Reward 1,000 gold. Okay.
I suppose I could spare a moment or two.
Give me a sec, guys. Okay. I'm back. Got that reward. Recall. Recall ring.
Let's hear it.
Travel to Balmora.
Yes.
From here, go over here. We need to go find some lava. Go. Be something to kill Snowy with. Coming up soon. Ring of Lightning Bolt should do it. Whoa. Okay. Does he even have anything? No, he doesn't. Ring of Fireballs, I guess. We'll need to use this over here. See if we can go get both of them by hitting that. Got one. How much? I think that's it for the charge. Yeah. Ring of Ice Bolts. Ow. Rude. Okay. Lightning Storm. We'll use Ice Bolts first. Kind of hard to hit him. What? Weeping Bell Hall, and then down this way. Let's quick save it just in case I get one shot. And down here. Whoops. I did no damage. Out of charge. I might fall into the lava if I'm not careful. Ring of Fireball. There we go. Okay. Now we have to do this really carefully. Let's go do Summon Golden Saint. Would be nice if I can go and grab the loot as well. Okay. And then Gem Feeder. Where is... I don't have anything that heals me. Let's go do Recall Ring. Get that ready. Okay, we have a Daedric Shield and a Glass Dagger. Also, we're falling into the lava, so there we go, Recall. We are now massively OP. And we also have a permanent Golden Saint Grand Soul Gem. Let's go to Balmora.
So what's this regarding?
Wait, I want to go... I want to like enchant something with levitation. This is light armor. I guess I should just like use like light armor. I don't know.
Can we hurry this along?
Nope. We cannot. I guess it doesn't matter what I enchant it onto, as long as we just need to get up to the highest position. Okay.
Hail, friend.
Save it. Enchanting. Let's see if we can even enchant anything with. Let's go try this helmet plus the soul. Like how much? Oh, I don't even have the spell. Let's go buy the spell first. Where do I get it? From here? Spells. Levitate. Wow, that's expensive. I should have bribed him first. Enchanting. Levitate on self. Constant effect 1 point. Okay. So that's gonna cost 9,000, which I don't have yet. But we can go to Caldera. Recall ring.
I have a feeling you.
What do you want?
I'm gonna sell some stuff to Creeper if his money is restocked. If not, we'll have to go to... Okay, he has restocked. I'll sell this, and then... Does he spawn in with Ancient Dagoth Brandy? I didn't know that. Go buy some Skooma. And some Flynn. 5,000. And we'll drop it here. So we don't actually need it. Drop the rest of the stuff here too. Matrix shield. We can drop our prisoner clothes over here. This is what we started the game with. Sentimental, valuable items. Directions to Caius Casades. Directions to Balmora. We need the package. And that's basically it. We now have money. Well, not really. Okay. Mud Crab Merchant has, I think, 10,000. So I can sell the Glass Dagger. Both of the Pauldrons. And the Crossbow. What? Does he buy booze as well? I think he does. Okay, Recall Ring.
Go ahead.
From here we go to Saran, so Vivek.
You have something to say to me?
Actually, Balmora would be faster. Just because like navigating. Whoa. We have 2? How come he has a travel? Okay, go to Balmora and take the boat to Vivek. Just because it's faster in real life to do this. Slower in game, faster in real life. Should be able to... Wait, I should be able to take the Silt Strider to Saran. Because there is Silt Strider service in Saran. Yeah, here we go. From Saran... It'd be nice if it was day. So let's... Whatever, it's fine. You just need to run all the way... I should have gotten like some... Water walking potions or something. Is there a potion seller around here? Trader, possibly. Oh, I saw the skooma.
I will listen, Outlander, but make it quick.
Water walking. Anything like that? Okay, we should probably go to an alchemist. If they have one here in Saran. And I doubt that they do. What's this? Slave market. They have a slave market here. Pawnbroker. Smith. Earthly Delights. Outfitter. Wait, I think there might be one in the temple. Let's go check that. I believe there's a temple over here. What's this? Trader. Ah, this is apothecary. Maybe they have a water walking potion here. Skooma.
I will listen, Outlander, but make it quick.
Water walking, 15 seconds. That's perfect. That's all I need. Okay. Now how do I get around this area? Through here? No. Wait, I think. Way, Outlander. Let's find the mud crab merchant. Be quite difficult to find with all of these storms. Let's go drink the potion now. Where is it? I think he should be right on this island here. I think that's him, actually. Mud crab merchant. Pretty sure this is him. Yep. How dry am I? How dry am I? Nobody knows how dry I am. You want to make a deal? Sure. I'll make a deal with you. Easy 7,000. I'm not sure if I'll wear this armor because it's just like extra weight for no reason. Probably just like wear robes and clothing or something like that. And then recall ring. Ow!
Yes, friend.
The pain. Let's go to. Wait, if we're just wearing. Okay. Let's go to the clothier first. See if they have any like extravagant clothing or like even like gloves and stuff. Do they have extravagant gloves? I'm pretty sure they do. Go check the UESP. They do have extravagant gloves. Why is my internet so goddamn slow right now? Okay, gloves. They have extravagant, yeah. But this guy isn't selling them. We'll buy one of these rings. Pawnbroker, maybe? If not, we can go to Vivek, and they surely have extravagant clothing for sale in Vivek. We'll just go now.
Anytime now.
Travel to Vivek.
You
Yes,
have
friend.
something to say
Or, okay. Glove enchant value is 20. I wonder if I should actually put that on a belt instead. Oh wait. I can get exquisite belt, that's 40. Alright. So let's go buy a glove instead. It's like the lowest. I believe like 1 point of levitation is only 7 points of enchant. Clothier, find clothier. That's exactly what we need. Here we go. Extravagant right and left glove. I could buy an exquisite robe, which is the highest enchant, but it just looks bad. Doesn't look great. Ooh, exquisite shirt, and it's like kind of dark colored.
Speak, traveler.
Let's save it first. Which one of these shirts look the best? Blue exquisite robe. What does that look like? It's like some modded clothing. It says exquisite though. I assume it's it has the same enchant value. Okay, those pants are pretty cool. They're just like pure black pants. Blue pants. Whoa, look at these robes. What the heck? Actually looks really good. Not gonna lie, it matches the helmet. Although I'll probably swap out this helmet for the other one. This is pretty cool though. Pretty fancy. Very snazzy shirt. I'm actually like, yeah, oh, that's really good too. Okay, so I'll buy the exquisite shirt. Oh wait, what's this? This is like the vanilla one. This is okay too. I actually think the modded shirt looks nicer though.
Here not long ago.
Let's like buy these two, and then also the robe. Okay, we know what to buy now. With the shirt, the blue robe, the black pants. I might as well get exquisite skirt as well. Just for extra enchant value. Does she have an exquisite belt? I feel like doesn't look like she has one. Okay.
Make it quick, Outlander.
Make it quick, Outlander. And then we can take off the armor. Because that's just dead weight for us. We're playing mage.
What's this about?
We can drop it off here. You can leave some of this closed over here as well. Alright, 0 carry weight. Sweet. It's a pretty interesting look. Right. We can go and I might as well enchant this helmet with the levitation, I think.
Care to tell me what?
I think my helmet has just enough points for levitation. Yeah, it's 20. Okay, levitate. Constant effect, 1 point. Can we do 2? No, that requires 30. We'll do... choose the Helm of Light.
I have a feeling you and I are about to become very close.
Alright, I have a purple helmet now. Whoa! Mega Mind. I thought I turned that off. I thought I turned off, like, enchantments have, like, color to them. Weird. Oh well. It's fine, I guess. But yeah, now I'm floating. Eee. Okay, let's stop playing. Let's get some work done. Bareback. Okay, I'm back.
The other side of the Euphrates, people of Hatti, and the Upper Sea in the west.
The king Tiglath-Pileser also loved to hunt, and he delighted in bringing back live specimens of animals from the faraway lands that he campaigned in.
I killed 10 strong bull elephants in the land Haran and the region of the river Habor, and 4 live elephants I captured. I brought the hides and tusks of the dead elephants, along with the live elephants, back to my city of Ashur.
It's hard to know how the average Assyrian citizen of the time would have felt about all of this, since their accounts were not recorded. We can imagine that, at the very least, a great deal of wealth would now be flowing into the city of Ashur. Teams of construction workers would have been working day and night to build new palaces and gardens in the city. Exotic, never-before-seen animals might now be seen on the streets, while access to new trade routes may have meant that new spices and fabrics would have begun to appear in the city markets. Tiglath-Pileser swept his Assyrian armies west, and when he conquered the Hittite town of Pitru, he gained control of the highway to the Mediterranean Sea, a distant body of water that, for the Assyrians, constituted one edge of the entire world. Assyria at this time was the only great power in this region with no access to a coastline, and we can see something of the wonder in the King Tiglath-Pileser's words when he boasts about going on board a ship for the first time. The Assyrian chronicles even record that he hunted and killed some kind of sea creature known as a Nahiru.
I killed a Nahiru, which is called Horse of the Sea, in the great sea of the land of Amuru.
We don't know what this animal was. Many believe it may have been a dolphin or a whale, while others say it was likely a hippopotamus. But it shows what a novelty it was for the king of the landlocked kingdom of Assyria to finally reach the water. Tiglath-Pileser died in the year 1076 BC, and on his deathbed he must have looked back on a life of staggering success. During his violent rule, Assyria recovered much of the territory that it had lost over the period of the Bronze Age collapse. He had grown his kingdom into an empire that was all but unmatched in the region, and he must have looked ahead to the dawning of a golden age for Assyria. But the fortunes of Assyria would soon change for good, with the reign of a king named Adad-nirari II. Adad-nirari was crowned in the year 910 BC, nearly 3,000 years ago, and it's worth mentioning that his reign is perhaps the first event in the entirety of Near Eastern history that can be dated to an exact year with 100% confidence. The Assyrians, like the peoples before them, didn't keep track of years with numbers like we do. Instead, they gave each year a name, sometimes named after a particular person as a kind of honor, or named after a significant event that had taken place, like a great battle or an eclipse of the sun. Assyrian scribes kept long, meticulous lists of these year names, along with brief notes about important events that had taken place, as the following example shows, corresponding to 3 years at the end of the 8th century BC.
The year of Chamberlain Tab-Shar-Assur, the city of Dua-Sharukin was founded. The year of Shamash-Upahir, governor of Haburi, Kumuhi was conquered and a governor was appointed. The year of Shah-Assur-Dabu, governor of Tushan. The king returned from Babylon, the vizier and nobles. The loot of Dua-Jakin was destroyed on the 22nd of Teshrit. The gods of Dua-Sharukin entered the temples.
This system worked well enough for people of the time, but it means that if a modern historian wants to work out the date of a particular event, they need to have an unbroken list of year names, and for that list to include a known historical event, or an astronomical event that can be clearly dated, like a solar eclipse. Luckily for us, the Assyrians were obsessed with eclipses, believing them to be important omens from the gods, and they kept incredibly careful note of any that occurred. And the reign of Adad-nirari is the beginning of the earliest one of these lists. He was an ambitious king, and he soon began to expand in all directions, into what is today Turkey, Iran, and the Mediterranean coast, drawing on the strength of the formidable Assyrian army. The life of an Assyrian soldier was a tough one. Adad-nirari's armies were made up primarily of men drawn from the fields. They would spend much of their year working on farmsteads with their families, digging canals and turning the dusty earth with ploughs and hand tools, growing beans and pulses, wheat and barley, raising livestock like sheep, pigs and cattle. And then, when the spring came, the rains stopped and the winter mud hardened across the land, they would be gathered up, given a spear and a shield made of woven reeds, and marched up into the rocky hills.
I've decided against
the barren desert
wearing
to
the
fight
robe. It just
for the
looks weird.
empire.
Also,
sometimes they would
probably will
fight
wear
other
armor.
settled societies
And I don't
who lived
want
in
like
walled
permanent
towns.
levitation. I think permanent levitation kind of ruins a lot of the fun of the game, actually. We could go get the extravagant clothes. So exquisite pants and shirt, and then yeah, that's fine. Give me a sec, guys. Chocho needs attention.
What's this about?
So what do you want?
Outlander, what do you want?
This is a wondrous encounter. Welcome.
Looking for something in particular?
If there's anything I can do, I am humbly at your service.
I suppose it is my duty to help those less fortunate than myself.
Hail, friend.
WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange is not headed for the United States, at least for now. Today, he won his bid to appeal his extradition to the U.S. on espionage charges. Assange has been fighting extradition from the U.K. for more than a decade after WikiLeaks revealed classified information about the U.S. military back in 2010.
Supporters of Julian Assange celebrate as London's High Court grants the WikiLeaks founder the right to appeal his extradition to the United States.
It's so important that Julian Assange is freed as soon as possible completely, because he's done so much for humanity and truth, and I'm so grateful to him because he's given us all across the world the chance and the potential to have a better world.
There is no case. Espionage Act, absolute nonsense. It's journalism. He reported crimes and he's in jail for reporting crimes. What does that tell you?
Assange is wanted in the US on 18 charges, mostly relating to the mass leak in 2010 and 2011 of confidential documents pertaining to the US military.
Activity.
2 High Court judges granted Assange his right to appeal his extradition after his lawyers argued that as an Australian citizen, he might not be granted the First Amendment right to freedom of speech if he were forced to stand trial in the US.
What is justice? There is no justice!
Assange wasn't present in the courtroom due to poor health. His wife says the judge's decision doesn't go far enough.
Obviously, the immediate feeling was of relief, but part of me had hoped that the judges would have reached the same conclusion and also said, you know, we've looked at this, we've heard enough, Julian should just be released. They could have done that, but they didn't.
The next hearing will likely be in a few months' time. It is the next step in Julian Assange's long quest for freedom and justice.
DW correspondent Birgit Mass was at London's High Court. She spoke to WikiLeaks' current editor-in-chief shortly after the verdict.
So there's a lot of celebration here, but Julian Assange is still in prison.
It's a partial victory, I do admit, but it's a very important one, and it could mark a tidal turn in the entire case. It could be the beginning of the end of this case for against Julian Assange. The simple fact that the court here did not take and believe these assurances of the U.S. government, they acknowledge that he will be discriminated against, he will not have First Amendment protection. That is important. That sends a signal over the ocean that the case should be basically dropped. It is viewed here as being unacceptable, and in essence, if you play this forward, the courts are basically saying even the appeal can only have one rational solution. If the assurances that he's not discriminated against are insufficient, what else are they going to say in a proceedings? So that should be a mere formality and stopping the extradition. And of course, in that scenario, the Americans should accept the fact that they've lost. They've lost this battle. They've lost the battle morally long time ago, and now legally even, which we've been waiting for and fighting for a very long time. But
do you believe in a political solution?
A political solution? Of course I believe in a political solution, because this is a political case. It's always been a political case. And you cannot end a political fiasco like the persecution of Julian Assange except with a political intervention. So that is I see the onus now on the Biden administration, who, according to the president's word a few weeks ago, is considering the request by the Australian government to end this. The message here to Joe Biden is, well, work harder on considering it, and the conclusion should only be one.
So how do you see his road to freedom?
By the case being dropped.
Well, our correspondent Charlotte Chilson-Pill, she joins me now from London. Charlotte, what are the next steps in the case against Assange?
It's worth pausing a moment to reflect on the fact that had this ruling today gone against Julian Assange, his team has said he could have been on a plane to the United States within 24 hours. Now, after today's ruling, that temporarily at least is off the cards. Instead, this fresh appeal has been granted. Of course, his team celebrating that announcement today, supporters outside the court. Indeed, you heard in our report just now his wife, Stella Assange, telling DW how relieved she was by this decision. But she also alluded in that interview with DW to the fact that the fresh appeal could and may not be heard for months, and indeed it may then go to the UK Supreme Court, and it's likely as well that if any decision goes against Mr. Assange, it could then go to the European Court of Human Rights. So we really don't know how long this already extremely lengthy legal saga could still go on, and Stella Assange has really pointed to the immense mental and physical toll this has taken on Julian Assange over the years. And while today offers fresh legal hope for his supporters, what they really want to see is this case dropped entirely.
Yeah, his supporters, they're calling for the United States to drop the case entirely. What are the chances of that happening, Charlotte?
Absolutely. His family making that call, a number of media groups, human rights groups as well, including Human Rights Watch and Amnesty International, all calling for this case to be dropped. They say it's an assault on journalism and freedom of speech. And there is also backing from Australia, Julian Assange's home country. They're looking for a diplomatic solution to this. Indeed, the Australian Prime Minister has backed a motion that was passed in the Australian Parliament earlier this year, calling for Mr. Assange to be returned to Australia. So US President Joe Biden really is facing a lot of pressure both at home and internationally to drop this case. Now, he did indicate last month, in fact, that he is considering dropping it. That certainly was called encouraging by his supporters, including his wife, Stella Assange. But she pointed out to DW in an interview it was encouraging. Time is now running out with a presidential election later this year, so she called on Mr. Biden to act quickly.
Yes, a very good point. It's not too long until the presidential election in the U.S. DW's Charlotte Chelson-Pill with the latest tonight from London. Charlotte, as always, thank you.
Let's hear it.
Say your business. Say your needs. There it is again.
Anytime now.
I'm listening.
So what do you want?
I really don't have time for this, so make it quick.
So this is Microsoft talking about how they're going to spy on you by screenshotting everything that you do.
Apple's done a fantastic job of really innovating on the Mac. We are going to outperform them.
So you feel like you've got Apple now?
We have a computer for people who love Windows that they can be very, very proud of.
Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella is very excited about his new Windows computers because they're not just any Windows computers.
Can we call them AI pewters?
No, I like Copilot Plus PCs.
Yes, these Copilot Plus PCs, coming from Microsoft itself and others like Lenovo and Dell, have been completely...
They're just trying to get people to buy this overpriced shit like Apple does. But the reason why they can't compete with Apple is because consumers perceive Apple as a luxury product and they don't see it the same way with like Microsoft. Yeah, it's the branding. Like that's the problem is like, for example, like the Surface was like, it was a good product, but that people wanted the iPad because the iPad was the iPad and it was from Apple.
Re-engineered for
AI as a new input.
But what even is an AI computer? Yeah. Microsoft's latest have new chips and AI software that can do some cool tricks without even needing to connect to the internet. After talking to Nadella and
Man, was I muted the entire time? Goddamn.
seeing the new Surface devices in action, I'll say it looks pretty darn promising.
Here's the interesting thing, right, which is if you sort of take all of what we've been talking about with AI, it all came about because of abundance of compute, all primarily in the cloud, right? So that's what created the GPT-4, for example, which essentially changed the world. Now, what happened in the cloud is going to come to the edge. And the edge that first needs to be reinvented before we talk about everything else is the PC. And so that's sort of what I think of as the AI PC or the Copilot Plus PCs.
Yeah. Okay, translation for non-computer scientists. ChatGPT, Microsoft Copilot, those other generative AI tools you've been using, the processing happens in the cloud, aka some data center. Now...
Yeah, the cloud is just servers, you know. But the cloud sounds like, because if you're trying to explain this to a boomer, the cloud, it's like, you know, who's in the clouds? Well, God's in the clouds. That's where God is. So it sounds way better.
Some AI processing will happen right on your computer, what is called edge computing. To do this, Microsoft had to add a new chip component.
Pretend I'm not a computer nerd. What is an NPU?
It's a neural processing unit. If you want to build any AI application, you have to have an accelerator just like we have in the cloud, to be able to run these matrix math multiplications fast in order to drive AI features. And that's what the NPU does.
The NPU joins the CPU and the GPU in the Copilot Plus PCs. But here's the really exciting thing.
Qualcomm's got a new processor, which we've optimized.
Great, another thing that now is $900 for the PC. Right. Just what we needed. Another $900 component. Awesome. Thank you, Microsoft.
Windows 4. The battery life, I've been using it now. I mean, it's 22 hours of continuous video playback.
These Qualcomm Snapdragon X series chips are based on ARM architecture. And here's another translation. These energy-efficient chips are more like the ones in your smartphone than the Intel chips in your Windows laptop.
Got it.
A few years ago, Apple transitioned all its Macs from Intel chips
to our own Apple Silicon.
Those chips are based on ARM, and it made MacBooks really awesome.
We finally feel we have a very competitive product between Surface Pro and the Surface laptops. We have essentially the best specs when it comes to ARM-based silicon and performance or the NPU performance.
I feel like there's been a lot of instances where Microsoft has had the best performance, but they still lose in the market. I think that really, like, they need to work on their brand. Like Apple has a much more, like, narrow brand. And I think that gives them a lot more control over the messaging for their brand. Whereas Microsoft doesn't really have that as much. Like, if I want to think about, like, what is really a Microsoft product, like, I don't really like Windows, right? That's about it. But, like, there's probably a lot of other things that are Microsoft products that you just don't really even think of.
Microsoft says the new Surfaces are
Xbox,
58% faster than the MacBook Air with M3 and has 20% longer battery life. Intel will make Copilot PCs, but this is a move away from that once tight relationship.
Which system do you use?
I use a Surface laptop.
Have you heard the fan go on?
No.
See, this is what I'm really hoping for. A Windows PC that doesn't sound like it's going to outer space.
Yeah.
You think we've got it?
You have it. You got it.
Okay, but what new AI powers does the NPU unlock in Windows?
One of the dreams we've always had is, how do we introduce memory, right? Photographic memory into what you do on the PC. And now we have it. So it's called recall. It's not keyword search, right? It's semantic search over all your history. And it's not just about any document. We can recreate moments from the past, essentially.
Here's how it works. Windows constantly takes...
This is the part that people are getting upset about right here. Yeah, this is it.
Screenshots of what's on your screen. Then uses a generative AI model right on the device, along with the NPU, to process...
This is what fucking NVIDIA does. I think this is how NVIDIA Shadowplay works, too. Do you guys ever have Shadowplay on your computer? I think this is like another version of that.
All that data and make it searchable. Even photos. I got to try it out.
Even if it doesn't function even if it doesn't, like, it's not designed to do that, this seems to be the same function that Shadowplay has.
I searched brown leather bag. It came up in visual search. There's no place on this page that it says brown leather bag. It just knows because it sees this brown leather bag.
There could be this reaction from some people that this is pretty creepy. Microsoft is taking screenshots of everything I do.
Yeah, I mean, that's why that it can only do it on the edge, right? So this is like, you have to put two things together. This is my computer. This is...
Well, I'm going to have a hot take here. I don't think this is that big of a deal. Because the odds are that it's probably opt-in. And in the instance that it's not, it's obviously bad. But if it's opt-in, then what's the difference between that and your search history on a browser? I'm not understanding the difference. This can literally spy on everything you do. Well, the computer oftentimes creates save states of every data and every point that like every application was in at times in the PC's lifespan. They already do that, yes. I don't think this is, again, maybe a hot take, and I could be uninformed, but this seems to me like Microsoft is branding search history as a new feature. I'm not seeing a lot of innovation here. I'm sorry, like I don't think this isn't new. These are cookies from a fucking website. This is your search history. This is whenever I type, like I go to Google here, right? And it shows oh, look at this. These are some of the most recent things that I have gone to. I'm not seeing it right now. It's computer wide. Yeah. Type in P. Okay. You guys are gonna get. You guys want to see what I have? I had to check it off stream, to be fair. There you go. That's my most recent searches. Furry chart? Yes, that's from yesterday's stream. Press P. Oh, shut the fuck up.
My recall, and it's all being done locally, right? So that's the promise. So that's one of the reasons why recall works as a magical thing, because...
Bro, I saw Atriox situation. You think I'm gonna let that happen?
I can trust it, that it is on my computer.
You can also restrict recall from taking screenshots of certain websites or apps, or turn it off entirely.
And it seems to me this whole next wave of AI computing is going to be built somewhat around trust. If we're going to have AI agents that go out and do things for us, why should people trust Microsoft over another company?
I think we're the...
I feel like, so this is kind of a problem that I have with a lot of this like type of thinking, is that I think that if you, so you can use, or you can, you know, because a lot of people are going to say, oh, I turned it off cap, right? Like it's off cap. But like, if that's the logic, then why wouldn't you just expect this to already be there now? If they're actively lying to you and storing your data without your consent and against your consent already, like, I would assume that they're already doing it. It is, right? Yeah. And so, like, I just, again, I don't think this is like, this guy's acting like this is some crazy new thing. I'm not seeing it, man. I'm really not. Sorry.
Very early stages of understanding how our relationship with AI agents should be shaped by us primarily, because that's the only way to build trust. If somebody else, this is not a vendor.
I feel like this is like something Microsoft has done. Like, they did this with like the PC, right? The Mac 2 was like way better than like what Microsoft had at the time. They had this happen with the iPod, and then they bring out the Zune, and it's like, this is the same thing but worse. And I feel like this is just another version. Remember whenever they had like Siri, and then like they brought out Cortana, which was like kind of just a worse version that people didn't really give a shit about as much. Then the iPad came out, and then like Microsoft, oh, this is a Surface. Like, it's just that I feel like a lot of their products are just kind of worse versions or less targeted versions of Apple products. That's just what I think.
Decision. It's a personal, maybe even spiritual
Target
decision
versus Walmart, yeah.
of how we want to. And that's why I don't believe
Spiritual
there's just
decision.
one, right? Because I may have multiple agents that I may want to delegate different types of
This
things
guy,
to.
There's another
this guy
AI
is a
feature called
snake.
Co-Creator that runs locally, right
This
on
guy
the
is a
device.
dirty
How do we really
Microsoft
take good old
snake.
paint, and say, hey, I'm not just painting myself, but I'm able to co-create with an AI.
You put in a text prompt.
This is
Windows XP.
this is stupid. So here, I'm gonna give them a bit of advice. Here's the problem with Microsoft Paint. It sucks. That's the problem. So basically, why does it suck? It sucks because the tools that Photoshop has, and even GIMP has, GIMP is like a free version of Photoshop, are just so much infinitely better than Microsoft Paint. The reason why people aren't using Microsoft Paint is because the product is bad. Adding in an AI autocompleter is a cool little gimmick, but it's not really going to make people use the AI, or sorry, use Microsoft Paint more. Like, there's no undo, but there's no layers. Like, there's no like filters that you can add in. Like, you can't, like, after you type text and then like you want to go and edit this text again, you can't do that. You just type right over it. It's just garbage. And this is a new, I think it's like Microsoft 11 or 10, I don't remember which one it is. And it's been like this, there are no dimensions. Yes, this has been garbage forever. So, like, how are you doing this? So you're adding a neural network fucking AI device before you add in layers? What are you doing?
Microsoft Logic.
With a big green mountain.
Then start drawing, and a stable diffusion image generation model right on the device starts to generate an image based on your sketch.
I remember that one.
Yes, that's very good.
There's local live translation too. It can translate live.
Layers is there. Right here. Where's this layer? Where is it? It's garbage. It's all the same layer. The system's garbage. Photoshop's 1,000 times better. It's not even close. It's not even close. Like, what are we talking about?
Video calls or in-person conversations from 44 different languages into English. And it's fast.
And also, by the way, I wanna fully nail this down so any pretend smart people realize they're just pretending. Whenever you use text in Photoshop, it automatically creates a new layer. And you can also, the cursor will automatically detect a click around text to be a selection back onto that original text, which will then allow you to edit it again. Microsoft Paint does not have these options, and it does not have these tools. So the addition of layers is really in name only. They say, oh, well, we have layers. No, you really don't. You just have something that's called layers.
We'll talk to Kais
and the way Photoshop layers work is more usable and actually gives functionality to it. What they have is basically different layers of shit
turn it in the
that you can
package.
just put together.
Get some free money.
There is
These are level
absolutely
1
no
still.
value at all in what they have. It's garbage.
Yeah, I have a dog.
Okay.
Browser. All of this is powered by small language models that are stored on the device. Large language models like ChatGPT or Copilot still run in the cloud. In the coming weeks, Copilot will get OpenAI's latest GPT-4o model.
It's kind of like a new browser, effectively. So it's right there, it sees the screen, it sees the world, it hears you, and so it's kind of like that personal agent that's always there that you want to talk to, you can interrupt it, it can interrupt you.
The new Surfaces will start shipping in June, starting at $9.99. But I had a few more questions about the future.
AI is this new type of way of interacting with computers. Yet here you're releasing a pretty traditional looking type of computer.
You know, think about what we did back in the day when the internet happened. It's sort of like the browser was born on Windows and it went beyond Windows. That's, I think, what's going to happen. That's why I think we want to...
Isn't that bad though, man? Like, because I remember we used to use Windows Explorer, and then we started using Firefox and then Chrome. So, like, are you saying that, like, what you think is going to happen is that people are going to use this, and then a company is going to create a non-profit free alternative that beats out your trillion-dollar company? Like, I'm not exactly sure what is he trying to say here. Yeah, I'm really confused.
Make sure we build the Copilot Plus PC that's optimized for Copilot, but I fully expect the Copilot to be everywhere. And the innovation of the interface of your personal agent, how I interact with it, how it accesses memories, how it does actions, it's going to be everywhere. It's going to be ambient.
Where else could it go?
It'll go on the phone, right? I'll use it on WhatsApp. I'll use it on any other messaging platform. It'll be on speakers everywhere. So in some sense, it'll be anywhere users want to interact with it with different modalities, right? If you take what GPT-0 showed and you combine it with Copilot as the interface, for us, that's the type of magic that we want to bring first to Windows and everywhere else.
What do you think about glasses?
Well, we loved glasses for a long time. In fact, one of the things that we will do with Meta is to take Copilot and really bring it to all of the work that they're doing.
Can we close our eyes together? And we're gonna
Close
imagine
your
a
eyes
future
together.
of computing. What is the future that you see?
The future I see is a computer that understands me versus a computer that I have.
Malagmar.
Okay.
Let's go here.
Does it look like this?
Let's go
It
to the
reminds me of
Shrine
XP.
of Azure.
This is what it turned it into.
Oh, wow.
Could this be the wallpaper of the future PC?
It definitely can be, and you have the power to do it, Joanna. You can set your wallpaper on Windows.
Well, I want to leave this with you. And
I actually think the dude gave a great answer. Like, that was actually, like, low-key an S-tier answer.
maybe you can
Thank
make this the
And
default.
you know, she just like was like, yeah, by the way, you see this picture? Totally fucking totally ruined it.
In Windows 12.
But yeah, he's played a game.
Hey,
Yeah, exactly.
Thanks for watching. If you liked this, you should click here and watch my full interview with Satya Nadella on WSJ.com. It's a good one.
Where the fuck
Yeah,
is
I don't
Azure
really
Shrine?
see- I don't really
Isn't
see
it down here
Windows
somewhere?
and Microsoft bringing anything new to market here. I don't see there being anything special or unique for this. And this is a big problem. So like this is a really great example.
Oh, lag.
I feel like a great parallel to this is
A little bit of lag.
NFTs. And so I'm gonna go ahead.
NFTs. Hell yeah. No fucking thanks.
Yeah, for sure.
Where is Azure Shrine? Is it?
Yeah.
It's somewhere here, somewhere.
Okay, so basically, let me go ahead
Okay,
and talk about this
that's
for a few
not
minutes.
down that way.
So
It's
basically, the
probably
reason
like,
why NFTs didn't pop out
is that it?
is because
that's not
NFTs
it.
had no function.
I think it's
that
over
was
there
not
somewhere.
already being served by an existing technology. So, for example, the idea of trading concert tickets. This was already something that existed, and its existing functionality was already sufficient enough to where customers and users didn't want to transition to a new type of product
I have
to
no
get
fucking
a
clue where it
perceived
is.
increased value. And I think that that perceived increase in value is also combined with a decrease in what's perceived as trust, or in terms of NFTs, this is definitely a reduction in trust, but NFTs,
sure
it was
it's
a
up this
reduction
way,
in
though.
what was considered security, right? Because like somebody steals your stuff, how do you get it back? You have like no recourse for that. So the problem that I see with what they're trying to do with this Copilot Plus is that it creates a solution to a problem that doesn't exist, and this problem has already been solved in the aggregate by 2 or 3 other existing systems. So you already have GPTs that work on their own that you don't need to have with this, and then you also have tools that can tools that can effectively monitor your
I talk too
progress
much.
and like
I
what you
do.
do
I'm
online,
sorry.
such as cookies or browser search history. So what really is this tool bringing to the table that we don't already have access to? You see kind of like what my concern is with this? How is this new? How is this different? This is a great interview, right? Great interview. I'll link you guys the video. It's a great video. But it's a perceived value. It's the integration. But like, where is that integration? Like, give me an example of that. Because this is the problem, is that the way that a user, so this is how you get users to adopt technology. You get people to adopt technology by solving a problem. And I don't think that this technology
Azure
solves any problems.
Shrine. Where is it in
That's my
Saran?
big
And then
concern.
I go down.
Like, for example, being able to do this in Microsoft Paint is very nice and very cute. But who gives a fuck? Really? Who gives a fuck? So it's not out yet, and we'll have to see. It makes parental control better. Imagine AI
Let's hear
sending you
it.
phone messages every time your child does something potentially suspicious. Yeah, but you could have a what do you call it? Like a parental control machine that's able to do that already. That's what I'm saying, is that this new technology doesn't solve any problem that existing technology, to the best of my understanding, does not already solve in an aggregate. That's the issue.
It's gonna Saran.
It's not
I feel like it
new.
might be in Saran
Yeah, let it be
somewhere.
more invasive. Yeah, and so like for example, like the iPhone was truly new. The iPod was pretty much new. And the iPod wasn't even really new. There were MP3 players before the iPod, but the iPod was so much better and it just completely conquered the market. So I think this is the issue that Microsoft has, is that they're not making a new product. Microsoft is FOMOing? Yeah, I think so. It's more about convenience. But how is that convenience manifested? Because that's what my concern is, right? Because, again, this is the same thing I said with NFTs. People talk about perspective convenience, but how do you get a user to go from... So, like, let me just show you an example, right? So, top 10 web browsers 1 month ago. Okay. So, we're going to go and we're going to look at the very end, right? So, Microsoft Edge has improved, right? They have improved. They've done much better. And you see Internet Explorer. Internet Explorer is basically Microsoft Edge. So, Internet Explorer at its lowest was at... I guess this is probably whenever they started doing the swap over. It was at like 2%, right? And then Edge has brought it up to about 5%. And it's now about 5%. And this is also with Edge being the default browser on the most popular operating system in the world by a mile, right? The problem is that people already have Chrome. What does Edge do that Chrome doesn't do? That's the problem. Like, and also, like, what does it do functionally? It's slightly faster, but who's going to notice that? It uses less RAM. This is not something that has value to an average customer. And let me explain why. An average customer doesn't know how to open... maybe they can open Task Manager. Maybe they can. So yes, I think that this is what the issue is that a lot of these values are like these... they are technical values that don't hold any sort of, like, for example...
Where is Azura's Shrine?
Is immediate. You can instantly tell what the value of an iPod is. Instantaneously. Whenever you had the iPhone come out, the value of the iPhone was immediately evident. It was like, it is literally fucking right in front of you. That's the value of the iPhone. And the value of these Microsoft products are like these, again, these esoteric values to things that most consumers don't even know about. Like, if you ask somebody what is RAM, how much RAM does your
My
PC have?
sun and
Here's a great
star.
question. Let's say
Where?
you go to
Oh,
Walmart
back at Mulligmore.
and you ask 10 people, and let's assume every single one of them
Let's
owns
go
a PC.
this way. Let's go this way.
How many of them would
Right.
know how much RAM their
Ouch.
PC had? Out of 10. Probably 1, right? That's the problem. Is that Apple can market to those 9 people with something like the iPod or the iPhone immediately. That's why Apple, in my opinion, I think Microsoft makes
feel like
great
it's this
products
way.
in a lot of cases, but they get beat
Pretty
out
sure
by
it's this
Apple
way.
because Apple's brand messaging is fucking infinitely better. It's so much better, it's not even funny. Yeah, Apple's fashion. Well, Apple also has had great products too. Let's keep in mind, Apple has had some like industry-defining products. You're both right and wrong. Most people don't know about the features. It'll break through soon. Edge has been insane. Very, what do you call it? Very advanced AI built in for free. Yeah, I think that that's great. But here's the problem: is that I think that right now this is also another issue that AI is having, is that a lot of people are distrustful of AI. And I think the reason why people are distrustful and not actually, I think the better word is not confident in AI. And the reason why I think people are not confident in AI is because a lot of AIs will not fulfill certain functions. Like, for example, AI won't fulfill what's the better race, white people or black people or something like that. I think that unless AI will literally fulfill basically any function that you want, as long as it's not illegal, people will not have confidence in it. Because people do not want AI to be a tool to tell people what to think and how to think. Only want
There it
AI
is. I knew it was over
to
here somewhere.
do
I knew it was in
what
this
it's
general
told.
direction.
That's it.
Fucking knew it.
They don't care about what the values of the the company are. They don't care about anything else. And I think that also it's like a mining canary. And it's a mining canary in a way that I think that people see that
Where is
what do you call it? People see that the
Here
AI
it is.
isn't giving accurate answers to one thing. And then it makes them think to themselves, oh, I wonder what it's also not giving accurate answers to. And that's whenever the distrust happens, and that's whenever the confidence is lost. And I feel like that's the main issue more than anything else. Does that make sense? They try to offload the server load and the cloud load to the local user so they can save on cloud computing stuff with AI. Those same people would eat up anything that the TV news tell them, or the first headline. Yeah, sure. Have you seen a video of Copilot helping someone play Minecraft in real time? Oh, I'm sure there's plenty of videos like that, and I'm sure Copilot is extremely useful. But the issue is that I think that people will not adopt AI and be ready to use AI until people feel like they have complete control over everything and all of their autonomy inside of AI. I think that's the big issue right now. Yes, it's a fancy gimmick. Yes, it's a fancy gimmick that's really great for creating porn. And other than that, I just don't really see it being there. As we know, Google has the same problem. I look up answers on Reddit more than Google. Well, here's the reason why Google isn't losing market share. Because there is no alternative to Google. Whereas AI has like 5 alternatives, and Chrome is the reigning champion. So like again, like the reason why Google Chrome took over is because Google Chrome, I feel like it was way better than Firefox, right? Everybody said it was better than Firefox. And also Google made it, and Google started Chrome whenever Google was still like considered like the gold standard of tech companies, right? It was before there was any sort of like 2016 election shit or whatever, right? It was, yeah, it was. Like Chrome, whenever it came out, was like it was the best one, right? Microsoft dominates the business part of the world, companies, etc. Yes, it does. It absolutely does. Microsoft won't let that happen. They won't let you make your picture ask anything that isn't PG. No swords, no blood or battle or anything. Yeah, well, here's the thing, is that would you trust an AI that wouldn't show you things? I wouldn't. I would not trust an AI. And I think that people don't trust Google as much anymore now either. Like, I think Google has absolutely enshittified their service. Now, Google is still the best search engine, I would say, right now. That's my opinion. I think it's still the best search engine. However, it used to be the only search engine. And now I just think it's the best search engine. Ask Jeeves, bro. Yeah, exactly. Bing is by far better these days. Yeah, and so as soon as people feel like, because a search engine
Bing is better.
It should search
for some things.
And if it's intentionally not showing you certain things, then it's not fulfilling its role. It's literally that simple. Did anyone ever trust Google, Microsoft, or Apple? People usually trusted them to do a good job. That's really what I think people trusted Google to do. I don't think people ever really trusted Google, but they trusted their ability to create a good product that worked. And everybody always thought Google was spying on them. Like, let me give you an example. Google takes over World Simpsons year. Where is this? Fuck, I guess I might not. Damn it, I thought it'd be easier for me to find it. Well, anyway, The Simpsons made a joke about Google taking over the Earth in like the mid-2000s, right? It was super, super early. So, yeah, it's extremely common. Mandela effect? Google it? Yeah, maybe I'll be able to. But all I'm saying is that that kind of stuff is very, very popular. They've always thought that. But people didn't care because the product was so good. That's the difference.
June 6, 2024 is the 80th anniversary of the Allied invasion of Normandy, D-Day. And while I'm sure that there are going to be lots of videos and articles coming out soon about this most pivotal moment of World War II, I don't think many are going to cover what I'm covering, and that is the importance that food played on that day. Like how troops sustained themselves on meals like these powdered eggs and bacon, toast and lemonade. As we make the last meal before D-Day, this time on Tasting History. So I just wanted to give you a heads up that this episode is the last episode of Tasting History that will be filmed in this kitchen, because tomorrow the contractor and all those people come to break everything up because I'm getting new cabinets, because I need more storage. I always need more storage. But that doesn't mean that I'm not going to be having episodes while they do that for the next month or so. It's just that I won't be here. I'm going to have to find some other spaces to film in. So same show, different kitchens, and when I get back to this kitchen, it will also be different. And I think it's rather fitting that for my last meal here in this kitchen, I'm going to be making the last meal that many troops ate before leaving England to cross the English Channel and land on the beaches of Normandy. Now, there were numerous countries involved in the invasion. There were troops from the UK, the US, Canada, Australia, Czechoslovakia, Poland, Norway, France, Belgium, Greece, and the Netherlands, and a handful of other countries. But regardless of nationality, on that morning of June 6th, most accounts that I found agreed that they had a breakfast similar to the one that Robert Adams of the USS Samuel Chase ate. On June 6th at 0500, we dressed, and if you hadn't written home, why, you did then. That last-minute note to home to tell whether or not you were going to make it. Then breakfast. Eggs, bacon, toast, and juice. It was excellent. Now, excellent is a relative term based on how well they were eating before. That day, the food was not great at the moment, but some people did get fresh eggs, which was a real treat at the time, but some people didn't get fresh eggs. They got powdered eggs, and that's actually what they would have been used to. And that's what I'm going to make because it's just more interesting than just me making fresh eggs here. So I'm going to be using a recipe from this, which is the World War II edition of the U.S. War Department's cookbook for the U.S. Army. And there is a recipe in here for powdered scrambled eggs. Number 749, scrambled eggs. Water, cold, 2.5 quarts. Eggs, powdered, 1.5 pounds. Salt to taste, pepper to taste, lard or bacon fat, 1 pound. Sift eggs, pour a third of the water into a utensil suitable for mixing eggs, add powdered eggs, stir vigorously with whip or slit spoon until mixture is absolutely smooth, tip utensil while stirring. Add salt, pepper, and remaining water slowly to eggs, stirring until eggs are completely dissolved. The recipe then goes on to have them cooked in lard or bacon fat, and we're going to get that bacon fat from the following recipe, which is recipe number 750, diced ham or bacon and scrambled eggs. Add 3 pounds of ham or bacon to basic recipe for scrambled eggs. Omit lard. Fry ham or bacon until crisp and brown. Pour egg solution over meat and fat. Stir and cook as in basic recipe. Additional fat may be needed if ham is used. And of course, this recipe was meant to feed a small platoon, so I'm going to be cutting it way back to just use a ½ pound of bacon and a 1/6 of the powdered eggs. So first, sift a 1/4 pound or 115 grams of the powdered eggs into a wide bowl, then pour in a little over a ½ cup or 120 milliliters of cold water and whisk until the mixture is nice and smooth. Add about a ½ teaspoon of salt and a ½ teaspoon of pepper and whisk those in. Then slowly add another cup or 235 milliliters of cold water, just a little at a time as you whisk. Keep stirring until it's completely dissolved, and that is your egg solution. Then it's time to fry up the bacon, and while they were in the UK making this, the bacon was actually coming from the US, so you do want US style bacon. So you're going to dice that up into cubes about a ½ inch square, then heat a large pan over medium-high heat and add the bacon in, and let it cook for 5 or 6 minutes or until all of the fat has melted out and the bacon has become a nice dark brown. Then lower the heat to medium-low and then add the egg solution. The recipe says they should be slowly stirred as they thicken and that it should be removed a little before they look done, as they will continue to thicken after being removed from the heat. I cooked mine for about 2 minutes. Now with his bacon and eggs, Robert Adams said that he had some toast, which is easy enough to make, and some juice. But I'm not exactly sure what kind of juice it was, and this book doesn't mention juice. Maybe it was just orange juice, I don't know. But there is a recipe in here for lemonade, and it's a little different, uses powdered lemon, so I'm gonna make
Pretty sure
that
it's over here
close
somewhere.
enough, and it's more interesting than just me making juice. But
Pretty sure
before I
it's
do
that
that,
island
let's
right
take
there.
a closer look at what else those troops ate on that June day, 1944, both before, during, and after the invasion. By the end of May 1945, southern England had become the world's largest military base, with almost 2 million men ready to participate in the invasion of Nazi-occupied Europe. 54,000 of those men were dedicated to keeping the other 1.9 million fed, watered, and supplied, and 4,500 were dedicated entirely to cooking meals. Unfortunately, the food in England at this time is what for decades to come would give the country a reputation for less than quality cuisine. As an American recalled, we were issued sack lunches. These consisted of 2 sandwiches made of dry brown bread. One had a glob of jelly in
that
it,
almost killed me.
the other a slice of pork luncheon meat. We called them Spam and Jam lunches. But in the days leading up to D-Day, all of
Look
that
at the
changed
weapon.
because the
Daedric
troops that were
shields.
involved in that first
Save it.
landing were sequestered, basically. They were brought to camps on the south coast of England and not allowed to leave, but the food was decidedly improved. We were incarcerated behind barbed wire, and MPs made sure that no one entered or left camp. No soldier inside the compound was allowed to talk to anyone outside. He could
Zero
suffer the possibility
damage.
of getting shot. This was serious business. Brand new equipment was issued, and the new weapons had to be test-fired and zeroed in on the firing range.
Yeah, reflect
Unlimited amounts of
magico,
ammo
which is
were
a bit
given to each of us
scary.
for practice firing. Bayonets and combat knives were honed to a keen edge. Steak and pork chops with all the trimmings, topped off with lemon meringue pie, were items on a typical menu, and it was all you can eat. This caused one of the wags to say, "They're fattening us up for the kill." Other troops recalled having access to white bread and fresh eggs, both rarities in England at the time, and some even got ice cream. Then they would also play
zero
movies
damage to
in
me.
the tents, first-run movies in the tents on the base, where they would hand out candy and popcorn to the troops. The issue is, while everybody knew that they were getting ready to go to France, nobody knew exactly when it was going to happen, and they didn't find that out until a very early morning breakfast call. I was awakened at 2 o'clock in the morning from a sound sleep. The officer of the day came running, shook me, said, "Come on, get up, time to get up. We're going to have breakfast in about half an hour, and then briefing." Breakfast at that time of the morning and briefing? There was something going on. So we did it. We all got up and dragged our butts out the door. This was that breakfast of eggs and bacon, and there are a few accounts of disgruntled Americans being on a certain British boat that was serving kidney stew, but for the most part, whether you were American, British, Canadian, or otherwise, it was eggs and bacon. They gave us a good breakfast of eggs, bacon, anything you wanted. Yeah, even coffee. They had taps on the wall. You just turned the tap on and out came coffee. God, the life of luxury. Well, after breakfast, we just manned our equipment and waited to land. That was all. And while Sergeant Eddie Wallace of the Royal Artillery Company was impressed with that breakfast, others seemed to be pressed into eating that breakfast. Basically, if you were going to France, you were eating those eggs. We had a fried egg breakfast washed down by a tot of rum. Not my choice, but mandatory for all those going ashore. And honestly, it probably would have been better had they not had that breakfast, as they all boarded into small boats going across choppy waters to a place that they knew that they might die, and the air was filled with diesel fumes.
What a
because
cool looking spell. Oh
everybody
shit,
threw
that
up.
hurts though.
They gave us paper bags to throw up in.
Only
and roll over
reflected
the
some
top.
of it.
We were seasick, soaking wet. Though this bout of seasickness does seem to be mostly among the troops who were on the small landing craft called Higgins boats, one of which I actually got to see when I recently visited the World War II Museum in New Orleans. And if you ever get down to New Orleans, definitely go to that museum. It's absolutely fantastic. And if you're really into World War II, make sure you have 2 days, because I only had one and it was not enough. It's a fantastic museum. Anyway, it does seem that it was mostly the troops who had the seasickness, because of course the Navy
We'll save it
men,
here. Try
they were
Alt
used to it,
tab.
even if they had been drinking.
And
underneath
hopefully
the
it doesn't
stomach.
crash,
Like
because
the
it would
crew
be
of the
nice to
USS
regenerate.
LCI-94. The skipper of the
Nah.
vessel was nicknamed Popeye,
Alt tab.
and he had commanded the boat during landings in North Africa, Sicily, and Salerno, Italy. So he knew what was about to happen, and so he made sure that his boat was well stocked with plenty of J&B Scotch, and he told his cook that it was his duty that day to go around to the crew and keep giving them a drink until they didn't want any more or until we ran out. Essentially, we drank most of the day. Didn't have any food, but I drank all day and didn't get the least bit intoxicated. It had absolutely no effect. This was the same man who saved his crew by basically not following orders that day. See, his boat, LCI-94, was one of numerous LCIs, Landing Craft Infantry, which many of the men said actually stood for Lousy Civilian Idea, that were supposed to go up to the beach, drop off their men, and then leave the beach and go back out into the ocean. Well, when he saw where they were supposed to land, he said, that's not going to happen. We will never get off that beach alive, because he had already seen several other boats go up and be just decimated with machine gun fire and mortar fire, and some of the boats were completely blown up. So instead, he went 100 yards down the beach so he could get closer to where they weren't firing as much. The problem is, seems like an easy thing, just go 100 yards down the beach, but there were mines over there. They had only picked certain places to get rid of the mines, and so he had to maneuver around the mines, which he did successfully, and he couldn't get that close to the beach. They actually beached way out, so when the men did get off the boat, it was like up to their shoulders in water. So it was a little difficult for them to get to the beach, but it made it so more of the troops actually ended up surviving. I think 90% ended up getting to the beach, and most of his crew also survived before they were able to get out.
Okay, well, I'll
and turn back around.
And hopefully
but
we
since
don't
he dropped off all of those troops in really deep water up to their shoulders, they had to trudge through the water wearing these really heavy backpacks, about 70 to 100 pounds of gear, part of which would have been their rations. We carried one set of K rations, a breakfast, dinner, and supper, and 3 D bars. The K ration were the most common for the American troops. Each meal included some sort of canned meat product like ham and eggs for breakfast, pork and cheese for dinner, and a beef and pork loaf for supper. They also included things like biscuits, water purification tablets, dried fruit bars, sugar, powdered drinks, chewing gum, toilet paper, and cigarettes, and they provided 2,830 calories a day. The D bars he mentioned are a type of chocolate created by Hershey and were designed to, and I quote, taste a little better than a boiled potato. This was because the D ration was meant for emergencies. It was called an emergency ration, so if it tasted too good, the Army was worried that the men would eat those before attacking their K rations. The British soldiers actually had a special D-Day assault ration pack, or the 24-hour ration A. This included 10 biscuits, 2 blocks of oatmeal, 1 block of meat and meat extract tablets, 3 slabs of chocolate, 2 with raisins and 1 without, boiled sweets, 2 packs of chewing gum, 4 pieces of toilet paper, and all the necessary ingredients to brew up a good pot of tea. The thing is, many of these rations never actually made it past the beach because they either got too soaked or were just discarded or lost somehow, or in the case of the 23,000 British and American paratroopers, the rations would often end up scattered around the French countryside. A lot of their equipment actually got kind of lost when they were dropping, and so the rations was kind of the least of the issue. As long as you had your gun, that was good. But many of the paratroopers, at least the Americans, ended up only having those D rations, the emergency chocolate bar. And so after a full day of fighting, they were really needing something else to eat. This often meant trying to get food from the locals, and one paratrooper recalled going up to a Norman farmer and trying to swap his chocolate for some fresh eggs. But he didn't speak any French, and so the farmer was probably frightened and definitely confused. So I started making noises like a chicken, and I hopped around, and he thought I wanted a whole chicken and tried to catch one. And since he didn't know the French word for egg, he decided to, like, I don't know, mime it with his hands, and finally the farmer got it, and he swapped some eggs for the American's chocolate bar. And he was not the only paratrooper who got fresh eggs that day. First Lieutenant S.H. Matheson recalled that early in the morning, a French boy in the farmhouse, about 12 years old, and his friend gathered up a cart and horses and assisted in gathering up some of our equipment bundles. I obtained a couple of eggs and scrambled them in a cup, and with a piece of French bread, had scrambled eggs and bread before the landing took place on the beach. Perhaps even more rewarding was when they got food from the enemy, from the Germans who they had just beaten back and pushed inland. Lieutenant Carl Cartledge of the 501st Parachute Infantry Regiment recalled driving out a number of Germans from a farmhouse, killing several in the process, only to find a dining room table inside that was laden with half-eaten food, everything from cold meats and cheese to fresh fruit like apples and cider, which I'm guessing was a much better feast than what they had in their ration packs. There were also others who had brought additional food from England with them, which of course just added to the weight of their already heavy packs, and sometimes that food didn't really make the landing so well. For example, Sergeant John Ellery of the 16th Infantry Regiment had brought some apples with him, and shortly after shooting a German sniper, decided that he had earned the right to eat one. But as he dug around in his musette bag, I discovered that my apples had become applesauce. So I settled for a K ration and enjoyed it. I enjoyed it so much that I decided to have another. It seemed to me that I wasn't likely to outlast my supply of rations, so there was no point in going hungry. By evening on D-Day, once the beaches were secured, landing crafts began arriving that were essentially giant floating kitchens, and meals were prepared for many of the men, at least those who were still on or near the beaches. But some of the troops had already started to head inland, especially those who had entered Normandy via the air, like Lieutenant C.T. Cross of the British 6th Airborne Division. He had landed in Normandy via glider. And later on, he wrote to his parents letting him know that he was okay and his experience in landing in Normandy, and then said that he headed toward the battlefield. I shall not tell you about that, except that, apart from a bar of chocolate and half the contents of my whiskey flask, I had no time to eat or drink for a very uncomfortably long while. I didn't notice it much at the time, too much else to do, but it seems incredible now. From my last meal in England to my first cup of char and hard ration in France was very nearly 48 hours. But I've been making up for it since. I had to look up what char meant, and it turns out it is another word for a cup of tea. It comes from the Chinese cha, which means tea. Also, while he is usually referred to as Lieutenant C.T. Cross, his real first name is Chris, so he was Lieutenant Chris Cross, which I think would be a cool rapper name, like back in the early 90s. Anyway, for most troops, other than the occasional meal while on leave, for the next year, they could expect little more than rations and the meals made in the field kitchens, which relied on recipes from this cookbook. Meals like the powdered eggs and bacon, which I'm about to eat after I make my lemonless lemonade. So this recipe calls for 3 ingredients: lemon juice powder, sugar, and water. Again, it makes 100 servings, so I'm going to cut it way, way down. So whisk together 2 tablespoons of lemon juice powder and a heaping cup or half pound of sugar, then slowly add that to a half gallon of water, stirring constantly until it is all dissolved. Then chill it so it's nice and cold when you dish up your eggs. And here we are, a breakfast of eggs, bacon, and toast, and lemonade, as might have been eaten just before the D-Day landings. So I gotta say, I'm surprised. They look and smell like eggs and bacon should smell. So let's give them a try. They don't quite taste that way though. Okay, so they're not horrible, but they're also not real eggs. You can definitely tell. And it's less the flavor and more the texture. There's just something a little off. It's kind of reminds me more of like tofu than eggs. And I think what saves the flavor is that the bacon is real. I think that if these were without any bacon, I think that they would not be great. Yeah, probably wouldn't last very long in the military. But let me try the lemonade.
Okay.
It's actually really good.
Surprisingly, it haven't
you can tell
crashed from all the
is
old
not
tabbing.
Fresh lemonade. There's like an extra flavor in there. I mean, it kind of tastes like country time lemonade, but maybe more metallic. So maybe that's the color. So yeah, if you want to make these, this book is available online. I'll put a link in the description, as well as the World War II Navy cookbook from the US. But all of the recipes that I have done, these included, are on the Tasting History website, which I've built with
Okay, Soulfire. Maybe 1 or 2 more barrages of magic, a bit more AFK. We'll get there eventually. There's a new Elden Ring trailer.
Like maybe the character.
Where? This is it. It's Quaylag watching it. She's eating a bowl of something. Wait, hold on. I should probably like, hold on. I actually want to watch this. You guys should watch this too. This is gonna be pretty cool. What is it? Elden Ring trailer? Let's see. Here we go.
Peggy 16.
Oh, that's loud.
Mikula the Kind spoke of the beginning.
Oh, is that vagina?
The seduction and the betrayal.
Who's that, Melina?
An affair
Melania?
from which gold arose.
Oh, that's Marika. It's gotta be. Ooh, the tree is made
And
of
so
bodies.
too was Shadow born.
Ooh, they hired some Path of Exile devs for that, probably.
What followed was a war unseen. One that could never be put to song.
Oh, it's the Hunter of the Dead.
Grace or honor.
Landell.
The tyranny of Messmer's flame.
Shit. Messmer burned the Erd tree.
And so kindly Mikula would abandon everything. His golden flesh, his blinding strength, even his fate. But we are not deterred.
Gauntlet.
We choose to follow. Will you walk with us?
Yeah, let's go. It's like a month away now. Pretty cool. Probably kill this character now. Let's see. Yeah, fireball. Ouch. Okay, wait. I should probably switch over to Soulfire. I don't. Let's save it. Let's do like one more fireball. Because I want the soul. I want her soul, so I'll go do one ice bolt. Okay, that should be close enough. 2 soul fires. Maybe even 1. Okay, we'll just be using Soulfire from now on, even if I have to go AFK. Oh, there we go, we got him. Okay, we got Stada's soul. I always do that. I always capture Stada's soul. Levitate. This piece is it's a nice... Oh my god, look at that. I got a Daedric Tower shield. This piece is like a nice going away present. You call. Let's go use this, because that is going to be an amazing constant effect enchant. Pretty sure I can be basically immortal with the Daedric Tower shield. And we have a Daedric longsword too. Damn. Let's save it. Right. Now we go to Balmora. Go to Molagmar. Go to Azura's Shrine. Or is it Saran? No, it's Molagmar, isn't it? Yeah, Molagmar. From here, we can just like walk that way. I think having not constant effect levitate is a good idea. It makes the game feel better. Feels more realistic. Constant effect levitation, as well as Boots of Blinding Speed, makes the game just feel like you're playing through a game engine and not a game.
Well done, mortal.
Got Azura Star.
You have preserved the integrity of my wager with Sheogorath. Now it will end as fated, and not due to the meddling of the Daedra Prince. Take this, and use it wisely.
push the details a bit more.
Other times, their opponents would be nomadic tribesmen, or even other Assyrians who had rebelled. It must have been a confusing and frightening experience for these men, and no doubt many despised being forced into this service. But perhaps there were also those who enjoyed it. Without these annual excursions, many of them may never have seen a mountain or an ocean, or anything of the world outside their town or village. And since the Assyrian army tended to win more than it lost, there must have been a certain sense of pride in their shared accomplishments. This rhythm of a season of harvest in the autumn and a season of war in the spring formed the heartbeat of the Assyrian Empire. It was a drumbeat of expansion and conquest that was continued by the king who came to the throne in the year 883 BC, and who would carry the Assyrian Empire to new and unprecedented heights. His name was Ashurnasirpal II. Ashurnasirpal was a remorseless and ruthless warrior.
Name.
And many of the things we associate today with the kings of Assyria, their cruelty and harsh treatment of enemies, reached a climax under his rule. Much like many rulers of this time around the world, it's clear that he used terror tactics and tortuous methods of execution to drive fear into the hearts of his enemies. But his inscriptions, out of all those of the kings of Assyria, do stand out for the delight they seem to take in the details of these terror tactics. After crushing one rebellion to his rule, Ashurnasirpal commissioned this inscription describing what happened next.
I burnt many captives from them. I captured many troops alive. From some I cut off their arms and hands. From others I cut off their noses, ears, and extremities. I gouged out the eyes of many troops. I made one pile of the living, and one of heads. I hung their heads on trees around the city. I burnt their adolescent boys and girls. I razed, destroyed, burnt, and consumed the city. burnt many captives from them. I captured many troops alive. From some I cut off their arms and hands. From others I cut off their noses, ears, and extremities. I gouged out the eyes of many troops. I made one pile of the living, and one of heads.
Wait, I thought I heard this
I
already.
hung their heads on trees around the city. I
Just,
burnt
like,
their
rewind.
adolescent boys and girls. I razed, destroyed, burnt, and consumed the city.
Whether because of these tactics or despite them, in the short term, Ashurnazirpal was an effective conqueror. New conquests were turned into client states and ordered to pay tribute to the Assyrian Empire. Enormous wealth began to flow once again into the imperial center, and Ashurnazirpal celebrated his victories with the construction of even more grand palaces.
I founded a palace of cedar, cypress, juniper, boxwood, terebinth, and tamarisk as my royal residence, and for my lordly leisure, for eternity. I made sculptures of beasts of the mountains and the seas, in white limestone and alabaster, and placed them at its doors. I decorated it in a splendid fashion. I hung doors of cedar and cypress in its doorways, and put therein silver, gold, tin, bronze, and iron, treasure from the lands I conquered. I took people which I had conquered from the lands over which I had gained domination, and settled them there.
This policy of resettling conquered people in Assyria wasn't new, but Ashurnazirpal seems to have employed it far more frequently than his predecessors. The Assyrians understood a very simple calculation in the ancient world, that population size meant power, and they quite happily filled their cities with people from all corners of their empire. They created what must have been some of the most cosmopolitan urban environments before the modern age, and we can only imagine what it must have been like for these conquered peoples to be uprooted from their villages and deposited unceremoniously in the vast metropolitan cities of the Assyrian heartland, larger than any town they had ever seen, and where hundreds of languages would have been heard on the streets. But the Assyrians also used deportations and relocations in a much more punitive way, and this policy also reached its height under Ashurnazirpal. Deportation may sound like something of a light punishment when compared to the fates of some of those who stood in the way of the kings of Assyria, but it was a brutally effective tactic for crushing resistance to the empire. Human beings during this time, and throughout history, are so connected to our landscape that this kind of uprooting had a devastating psychological impact on the peoples it was done to.
Alright, we have an infinite
This technique
Azure
of
Star.
mass deportations was so effective that it has been employed by modern dictators. Joseph Stalin famously deported at least 6 million people in the 20th century from more than 20 ethnic minority groups considered to be troublemakers. And in the early days of the American colonies, when indigenous people were taken as slaves, they were always transported to another region to break their relationship with the land and reduce their chance of escaping. Whether despite this cruelty or because of it, King Ashurnazirpal did manage to keep the empire together and dramatically expanded it. But he was followed by his son, a man named Shalmaneser III, who would not be so capable. Shalmaneser enthusiastically continued his father's policies of aggressive expansion and mass deportation. But in the final years of his reign, the people of Assyria had had enough. An enormous rebellion led by his son broke out across the entire empire. 27 cities, including the city of Ashur, rose up in rebellion. And this long and bitter civil war allowed virtually all of the people that Ashurnasirpal had conquered to shake off Assyrian rule. Assyria's heavy-handed military domination of the region had made them hated, and it was clear that if they hoped to ever build
We need
a
more
lasting
money.
empire,
Let's go back
something would
to...
have to change. One king named Tiglath-Pileser III thought he knew what that thing was, and it was not a softer and more diplomatic approach. He decided, in characteristic Assyrian fashion, that what the empire needed was a much more powerful army.
Yeah, he doesn't have like enough stuff to buy to trade for the Daedric shield, I don't think.
Say your business.
Up until the middle of the 8th century
Sell this.
BC,
Yeah, I don't think
the Assyrian army was much the same as any other force in the region, only a good deal larger. And the numbers really are staggering for the time. Shalmaneser III, the son of Ashurnasirpal, once boasted a force of 120,000 men at a time when the world population has been estimated at only 50 million. If his inscriptions are to be believed, then at that time around 0.25%, or 1 in every 400 of the world's entire population, was at that time serving in the Assyrian army. But it was still a force made up of virtually untrained peasants. The only professional soldiers were bodyguards that protected the king and other nobles, but these were mostly deployed in the cities and palaces and rarely saw battle. The vast bulk of the Assyrian army was made up of farmers, who, as we've seen, were plucked from their lands whenever the need arose, following the heartbeat of the seasons.
Intelligence and
Although the
speed.
empire could summon a vast horde of soldiers, it was an ineffective force. When the autumn came around and the barley grew golden in the fields, these armies of farmers had to march right back home and bring in the crops. Otherwise, the people of the empire would go hungry. Gathering this huge army from the fields was an immensely time-consuming and difficult task. Rebellions could break out at any time of year, but if one occurred in some far corner of the empire, the Assyrians had to wait until summer for their campaign to begin. It would take months to gather all the soldiers required, and then another month or two to march across the region to face it. By the time they arrived, it would be nearly time for the annual harvest, and the men would have to march all the way back home. If they were clever, a rebellious city could simply lock its gates and wait behind their walls for the armies of Assyria to go away. And in many cases, this is exactly what they did. But in the year 745 BC, the king Tiglath-Pileser came to the throne. He chose his royal name after the king who had brought Assyria to such greatness more than 3 centuries before, who had forged a path to the Mediterranean and killed that sea creature known as a Nahru. And this new king, Tiglath-Pileser, engaged in a radical program of reforming the Assyrian military into perhaps the first truly modern army. He reformed the core of the military into a body of elite armored troops, cavalry and chariots, and he demanded that conquered territories on the edges of the empire supplied all of the army's light infantry, who were considered expendable and often bore the brunt of the casualties. The Assyrian army also pioneered the use of a large engineering component to its fighting force. Assyrian soldiers could build bridges and dig tunnels, construct fortifications and siege engines, as well as maintain the supply lines needed to keep an army going. This combined fighting force of soldiers and engineers was similar to the formula that would make the Roman military so formidable 7 centuries in the future. Assyrian carvings show remarkably detailed scenes of the army crossing one of the land's great rivers, something they must have had to do multiple times a year. We see Assyrian men blowing into tied-up sheepskins to inflate them and use as buoyancy aids. Chariots dismantled and turned into boats, rafts constructed to transport supplies and equipment. Army engineers could even cut paths through the treacherous mountains, as this inscription, written by the late Assyrian king Sargon II, seems particularly proud of.
Mount Cimmeria is a great mountain peak that points upward like the blade of a spear. Its summit touches the sky above, and its roots are made to reach down below into the netherworld. It is not fit for the ascent of chariotry or for allowing horses, and its access is very difficult for even the passage of foot soldiers. I had my vanguard carry strong copper axes. They cut through the high mountain crags as if they were limestone, and thereby improved the path. I took the lead of my army and made the chariotry, cavalry, and battle troops fly over the mountain as if they were brave eagles. I had the common soldiers and light infantry follow behind them. The camels and donkeys bearing the baggage leapt up its peaks like the ibexes native to the mountains. I had the numerous troops of the god Asher ascend its difficult slopes in a good order, and then I set up camp on top of that mountain.
Tiglath-Pileser also increased production of iron in the empire. It was a small-scale industrial revolution. Assyrian cities of this time must have become increasingly smoke-filled, the furnaces belching charcoal smoke, the sound of billows and clanging hammers echoing off the buildings. The use of iron allowed the Assyrians to enter the era of true mass production. Assyrians could now use iron to make arrowheads, knives, pins, and chains, while Assyrian soldiers now marched with iron swords, iron spear blades, iron helmets, and iron scales sewn into their tunics. The effect was immediate. In the year 743 BC, only 2 years after coming to the throne, King Tiglath-Pileser marched north against the kingdom of Urartu and conquered it easily. 2 years later, he marched west into Syria against the kingdom of Arpad. The people of the city of Arpad had fought the Assyrians before, and they knew what to do. They would simply close their gates and hold tight. The Assyrian army may have looked fearsome, but they knew that when the summer came to an end, they would have to go home and harvest their fields, just as they always had. But as autumn came, the people of Arpad must have realized that something was wrong. The Assyrians showed no sign of going home. In fact, it looked like they were settling in for a long stay. Tiglath-Pileser lay siege to the city of Arpad for 3 years, something that would have been impossible with the old seasonal armies. When the city finally fell, the Assyrian king ordered Arpad to be destroyed and its inhabitants slaughtered. It was a clear message to all those who stood in the empire's way that a new age was dawning. Much like superpowers today, the Assyrian Empire treated the areas outside its boundaries as zones of extraction, where life was cheap, and all that mattered was the empire's continued access to their resources. And Assyria would grow rich from the vast wealth it extracted from these areas. One text written during the reign of that cruel king Ashurnasirpal II lists all the wealth drawn from a single campaign of terror against the region of Bit Zamani.
I received harnessed chariots, equipment for troops and horses, 460 harness-trained horses, 2 talents of silver, 2 talents of gold, 100 talents of tin, 100 talents of bronze, 300 talents of iron, 3,000 bronze receptacles, bronze bowls, bronze containers, 1,000 linen garments with multicolored trim, dishes, chests, couches of ivory and decorated with gold, the treasure of his palace. Also 2,000 oxen, 5,000 sheep, his sister with her rich dowry, and the daughters of his nobles.
On top of this, 15,000 slaves were rounded up and brought back to Assyria to labor in manual jobs and provide a workforce for the empire. In campaign after campaign, Tiglath-Pileser conquered lands in Syria and marched all the way down the Mediterranean coast, taking coastal cities all the way to Egypt. He invaded the northern kingdom of Israel, destroyed their army, installed a puppet king, and deported large numbers of Hebrew tribes back to lands in Assyria. And Tiglath-Pileser also added one more remarkable new possession to the list of Assyrian conquests. That was the mighty and ancient capital of the south, the great city of Babylon. The city of Babylon had been the political and religious heart of southern Mesopotamia for more than 1,000 years. It was perhaps the most ancient and revered great city in the region, and at this time it ruled over an area known today as Babylonia. This is a landscape of marshes, covering much of the south of what is today Iraq, on the coast of the Persian Gulf. This was once the largest wetland in the Middle East, home to countless rare species of bird, and the reeds often grow so high that you can't see over them. Mesopotamia had once been divided between the Sumerians in the south and the Akkadians in the north. But this had now evolved to become Babylonians in the south and Assyrians in the north. And it's a cultural division that still exists today. In modern times, the distribution of the Sunni and Shia regions of modern Iraq roughly follow this same geographical divide. Babylon was the largest city in the world at several points in history, and it was perhaps the first city to ever reach a population above 200,000. Today, its awe-inspiring ruins sit about 85 kilometers south of Baghdad, a sprawling mass of crumbling walls. Its famous Ishtar Gate, with its ornate blue glazed tiles, its depictions of oxen, lions, and dragons, were at this time still several centuries in the future. But Babylon would have still been a resplendent city, glittering in the sun. And Tiglath-Pileser's conquest of Babylon shifted the balance of power in Mesopotamia. By the year 736 BC, the empire encompassed almost the whole of the region known as the Fertile Crescent. It now formed an unbroken corridor from the Persian Gulf to the Mediterranean, linking up the trade routes of the Indian Ocean with those of North Africa and Europe. Its roads would have been thick with caravans of donkeys and camels, its rivers full of barges, carrying spices and precious stones, wheat, barley and fruit, gold and silver and brass. It was this empire, and the formidable army it now commanded, that the king Tiglath-Pileser III would pass down to his younger son, who would found the greatest dynasty of the Assyrian age. His name was Sargon II, named after that great ancient Sumerian hero. His dynasty would be known as the Sargonid Kings. They would rule for 3 generations, that would form the highest point of the Empire's achievements in war, art, and literature. But they would also be the twilight of its age. And when these 3 generations ended, the Empire would finally collapse in ash and flame. At this point, I think it's worth pausing and asking, what was life like for the average citizen of the Assyrian Empire? Due to their officious record keeping, we actually have a great deal of detail about how the people of ancient Mesopotamia lived. Like the Sumerians, the Assyrians wrote on clay tablets, which is lucky for us since it has made their texts incredibly durable. An enormous number of these pieces of writing have been recovered, so many that an estimated 90% have still never been looked at by a trained expert, and far less translated. The experience of reading these tablets is like hearing the babbling of countless voices speaking up to us from the impossibly distant past about a remarkable array of everyday matters. Just one out of countless examples is this letter from a child away at school, complaining to his mother that the other children have nicer clothes than he does.
Tell the Lady Zinu, her son, Idinsin, sends the following message. From year to year, the clothes of the young gentlemen here become better, but you let my clothes get worse from year to year. The son of Adad Idinam, whose father is only an assistant of my father, has 2 new sets of clothes, while you fuss even about a single set for me. In spite of the fact that you gave birth to me, and his mother only adopted him, his mother loves him, while you do not love me.
As a result of this rich collection of texts, we can paint a remarkably clear picture of what life was like for these very ancient people. Walking the streets of a great Assyrian city during this time would have engaged every one of your senses. One such city was Nineveh, which would soon become the capital of the empire, the same city that the Greek writer Xenophon would one day pass by while fleeing from the Persian army pursuing him. Nineveh was an enormous city for the time. Its city walls were 12 kilometers long, built of a stone foundation surmounted by mud bricks, and enclosing an area of 7.5 square kilometers. The wall was broken by 15 gates, many of them named after gods, such as the Adad Gate, named after the god of storms, or the Shamash Gate, after the god of the sun, while others carried more descriptive names, like the Desert Gate, or the Gate of the Water Carriers. The city was surrounded by a moat, filled with water from the river Tigris. The city would have been a kaleidoscope of rooftops, built in a largely unplanned manner, and its alleyways would have been covered with mats and reed awnings to keep off the heat, much as they still are in Iraq today. In the courtyards of houses, skins of wine and jars of water hang from the rafters to cool. We can imagine a joint of meat boiling in a clay pot on a fireplace, the smells of baking bread wafting from a clay charcoal oven nearby. The following recipe for lamb stew, translated from a clay tablet, shows the kinds of smells that would have been wafting through the city streets in the afternoon.
Stew of lamb. Meat is used. You prepare water. You add fat. You add fine-grained salt, dried barley cakes, onion, shallot, and milk. You crush together and add leek and garlic.
Like the Sumerians before them, the Assyrians loved to drink beer. They drank it in groups, sipping it from large urns through hollow reed straws. Beer held a prominent place in Assyrian culture, And this inscription
Hell
by
yeah,
the late
beer.
King Ashurbanipal shows that even in the highest royal circles, it was considered among life's greatest pleasures.
In my reign there is prosperity. In my years there is abundance. My kingship is good as the choicest oil. Good beer I have placed in my palace.
Nineveh sat on the river Tigris and had a bustling dock and waterfront beside the gate known as the Dock Gate. This would have been a vibrant place, full of the smells of dried and fresh fish, stagnant water and mud, the babbling of the crowd, people arguing over prices and shouting greetings in dozens of languages. Merchants would sail downstream on barges or ships woven from reeds, perhaps travelling south to Ashur or Babylon, with clay urns full of beer or wine. The following letter contains instructions from a wine merchant to a friend.
Tell Ahuni, Balanam sends the following message. May the god Shamash keep you in good health. Make ready for me the myrtle and the sweet-smelling reeds I spoke to you about, as well as a boat for transporting wine. Buy and bring along with you 10 silver shekels worth of wine, and join me here in Babylon sometime tomorrow.
But the Tigris was a fast-flowing river, much faster than the Euphrates, and sailing back upstream was very difficult. So traders would often make the journey back by road, accompanied by caravans of donkeys. The road system was now much improved since the time of the Sumerians, and a sophisticated highway network now joined all of Assyria's major cities, with milestones at regular intervals telling travelers how much further they had to go. But the roads were often dangerous, and although soldiers would patrol them, banditry was extremely common. One letter from a local governor shows his frustration with the lack of response to the bandit problem.
Tell Sin Idinam, Silly sends the following message. I have written to you repeatedly to bring here the criminal and all the robbers, but you have not brought them. And so fires started by the robbers are still raging and ravaging the countryside. I am holding you responsible for the crimes which are committed in the country.
In the cities, a great deal of life took place on the roofs of houses. During the day, women would gather on these roofs to perform the duties of maintaining their homes. They would pound grains into flour and knead the dough to make bread, prepare food, wash linen, and hang it out to dry. We can imagine them talking with their neighbours from roof to roof as they worked, and the sounds of their laughter drifting overhead. During the hottest hours of the day, with the Iraqi sun often reaching more than 40 degrees Celsius, or 104 degrees Fahrenheit, the heat would drive everyone indoors. The finer houses of the city often had a kind of cool room, with a floor made of polished alabaster or marble, and the walls painted with plaster. During the hottest parts of the day, the floor and walls would be splashed with water to cool the air inside. The city's poor would sleep on reed mats, while the rich had wooden bed frames with mattresses and coverings. The richest of the citizens had beds made of ivory and fine carved woods. And it's not just people that were thought to live in this city. The Assyrians believed that the world was populated by countless demons and spirits, who could not be seen or heard, but whose influence could constantly be felt, and who often manifested as bad smells. These demons were responsible for illnesses and disease, and they required the constant attention of exorcists to expel them. The following letter recounts the procedure for one exorcism for a person suffering from epilepsy.
As soon as something has afflicted him, the exorcist rises and hangs a mouse and a shoot of thorn bush on the vault of the patient's door. The exorcist dresses in a red garment and puts on a red cloak. He holds a raven on his right arm, a falcon on his left, and recites the incantation, "Truly, you are evil." After he has finished, he makes another exorcist go around the bed of the patient, followed by incense and a torch, and recites the incantation, "Begone, evil Hutupu," until the demon is driven out. He does this every morning and evening.
Talismans were often used to ward off these evil spirits, often small statues in bronze or clay, sometimes precious stones like jasper. They were often frightening images of demons, with the wings and heads of goats and dogs, and the tails of scorpions. And these would be kept in every corner of the house to ward off evil. As you walked the city, you would see these small talismans hanging from the rooftops. For many Assyrians, one crucial everyday object was what's called a cylinder seal. These were a small cylinder of stone, some no larger than a battery, which had complicated designs and symbols carved into them. The idea was that someone could prove their identity using this seal, and they could be used to sign contracts, just like a signature. People would wear them around their necks on a string, and when a contract was written on clay, they would roll the cylinder over it so that their unique image was left printed on it. You could even seal a chest, an urn, or a door using clay or wax, and then print it with an official seal, so that everyone knew the last person to open it. The following letter of instruction to a member of the king's household shows the importance that these seals held in all manners of official business.
Tell Manaya that Siki Alani will be coming to you carrying the cylinder seals to reseal the entrance of the warehouse, and also the cylinder showing a Lamu monster for resealing the chests. Get everyone together, open the storehouse, and take as many as you can carry of the garments which are in the chests under my seal. Put your cylinder seal on whatever has been returned, and send me back the seal cylinders.
But these cylinders were expensive, and they signified that their holder was an important person of high class. Regular people had to get by without one, and to sign a contract, they would simply press their fingernails into the clay, meaning that the marks of these ancient people's hands are still left on some of these documents. The people who lived these countless lives in the streets of the great Assyrian cities were probably largely unaware of what was going on in the vast grand palaces that loomed over their cities. They would have likely followed the comings and goings of kings with some interest, the way we might pay attention to celebrity gossip. But to them, the inner workings of the royal palace would have been as inaccessible and mysterious as the center of the earth. But what happened in those inner chambers would have an enormous effect on their lives. And as that final great dynasty of Assyria, the Sargonid kings, took to the throne, the dramas of the royal court would soon have deadly consequences for all those who called Assyria their home. The drama of the Sargonid kings truly begins with the son of Sargon, a man named Sennacherib. He came to the throne in the year 705 BC, and he would begin one of the most remarkable family dramas to come down to us from the ancient world. And he would be the father and the grandfather of the last two great kings of Assyria, Esarhaddon and Ashurbanipal. This great drama got off to a remarkably rocky start. Sennacherib's father, Sargon, had been a respected and feared king, but it's clear that something about Sennacherib meant that he didn't quite hold the same level of command. After only 2 years of his rule, several Assyrian vassals in the foothills to the east, in Syria and along the Mediterranean coast, all suddenly stopped paying their tribute to the empire. The Egyptians, always happy to throw sand in the eyes of the Assyrians, moved to back the rebels' fight for independence, and the young Sennacherib quickly found himself plunged into a fight for the empire's survival. The young king quickly gathered the full force of the imperial army and dealt with the rebel kings in the usual Assyrian fashion, taking them on one by one. He first marched east and crushed the peoples of the Iranian lowlands. Then he marched north and around the Fertile Crescent to the Mediterranean coast and reconquered the rebellious kingdoms there, as he recalls in the following inscription.
With the weapons of the god Asher, my lord, and my fierce battle array, I turned them back and made them retreat. I quickly slaughtered and defeated the king of the land of Elam, together with his magnates who wore gold jewelry like fattened bulls, restrained with chains. I slit their throats like sheep and cut off their precious lives like thread. Like a flood after a rainstorm, I made their blood flow over the broad earth. The swift horses, harnessed to my chariot, pulled into floods of their blood. The wheels of my war chariot, which lays criminals and villains low, were bathed in blood and gore. I filled the plain with the corpses of their warriors like grass. I cut off their lips, I cut off their hands, like the stems of cucumbers in season.
One of these campaigns is remarkable because we have accounts of it written by both the winners and the losers in a level of detail almost unprecedented anywhere else in the 8th century BC. This is because its records have survived not just in the chronicles of Assyria, but also in the Bible. This was Sennacherib's campaign against the kingdom of Judah. The kingdom of Judah was one of the region's 2 major Hebrew kingdoms, and it centered on the powerful city of Jerusalem. It had once been part of a united kingdom of Israel, but in the face of Assyrian aggression, the kingdom had been broken up. It was now divided into the kingdom of Israel in the north, ruled by a puppet king, and Judah in the south. The Judean king at the time was a man named Hezekiah. He was an energetic ruler and seems to have been driven by religious fervor. The religion of the ancient Israelites was something of an oddity in this region at the time because it disallowed the worship of any god but the Hebrew god Yahweh. As we've seen, worship in places like Assyria was a much more eclectic affair. You might make offerings to Marduk while you were visiting Babylon on business, and make an offering to Ashur when you got home. You might make an offering to Ea if your son was going on a long voyage by boat, or to Gula if someone you knew was sick. In the Assyrian worldview, the gods of other cities were often seen as hostile, and were thought to be subordinate to the great god Ashur, but they were still thought to very much exist. In fact, the Assyrians had a habit of kidnapping the gods of their conquered enemies. Sometimes when they captured a new city, they would take the statues of its gods back to the Assyrian capital as a way of harnessing their power for themselves. But the religion of the Hebrews was different. It held that there was only one God. If you worshipped any other deity, it was believed that you were at best talking to the air, and at worst communing with evil spirits. And King Hezekiah was one of the most strident religious rulers of ancient Judah. He enacted sweeping religious reforms, including strict instructions to worship only the Jewish god Yahweh. He removed all other statues and icons from the Temple of Jerusalem, as the Book of Kings, chapter 2:18 in the Hebrew Bible recalls.
Vayhi b'shnat shalosh leHoshea ben Elah, melech Israel, malach Hizkiah ben Achaz.
Now it came to pass in the 3rd year of Hoshea, son of Elah, king of Israel, that Hezekiah, the son of Ahaz, king of Judah, began to reign. And he did that which was right in the eyes of the Lord, according to all that David his father had done. He removed the high places and broke the pillars, and he broke in pieces the brazen serpent that Moses had made. For unto those days the children of Israel did offer to it.
Perhaps it was Hezekiah's religious devotion that led him to make the enormous gamble of defying the Assyrian Empire. Or perhaps the recent rebellions in Assyria had emboldened him, and he believed that it might be on the brink of collapse. Whatever his calculation, it backfired completely. He soon heard news that the Assyrian king Sennacherib was marching out to punish the kingdom of Judah with the full might of the Assyrian army. The news coming from the north would have been terrifying. Sennacherib first conquered the rebels of Ekron, and then swung his armies south to march on Jerusalem. On the road, he came across the fortified Judean city of Lachish. Lachish was the second most important of the cities of Judah. It was built on a hill about 40 kilometers to the southwest of Jerusalem, and had a strong wall running all the way around it. The hill was steeper on the north side, and for defensive purposes, this is where its gate had been built. We can imagine the sight that the citizens of Lachish would have seen one day in the year 701 BC. From the north, a great cloud of dust would have begun to gather on the horizon, looking like some great natural disaster on its way. As the dust grew closer and thicker, you would have been able to hear the vibrations through the earth. If you've ever been inside a large sports stadium at full capacity, try to imagine what 3 or 4 times as many people would sound like, all marching together in their heavy armor, along with their horses and the clattering of chariot wheels and harnesses. Finally, the enormous force would have come into view, like a shadow on the land. In the center of their formations, the main body of infantry would have massed, organized into tight, compact units, their spear points glittering in the sun. Even more terrifying would be the trundling wheels of enormous siege engines, come to tear down the walls of the city. The Judean military was insignificant in comparison. They were made up of militias and mercenaries, huddled behind the walls of Lachish that must have suddenly seemed like a pitiful defense. What happened next is depicted on a remarkable series of carvings, etched in meticulous detail in gypsum, designed to decorate the walls of Sennacherib's southwest palace in Nineveh. In their day, these carvings would have been coloured, their details picked out with dyes of green, blue, red, and yellow. The Lachish relief is an incredible piece of art, although the events it depicts are horrific. It's a perfect snapshot of a moment in history that would otherwise be completely lost, capturing the clothes and the faces of the soldiers and the frenzied action of the battle. The Assyrians first built a camp and began to settle in for a long siege of the city, and it's here that their expertise at engineering came into play. As the weeks dragged by, they slowly built a ramp of stone and earth leading up to the city's walls. It would have been a round-the-clock effort. Assyrian workers toiled to form the mud bricks that made up the ramp, baking them in the sun, while soldiers shielded the workers as they built it, the occasional arrow or sling stone whistling down from the defenders on the walls. The desperation of the city's defenders can be clearly seen in the archaeological record at the site of Lachish. At some point, we can see that they ran out of iron, and in desperation began to carve new arrowheads out of bone. Finally, when the ramp was completed, the vast Assyrian siege engines would have rumbled into life. These siege engines were something like an Iron Age tank. They were made up of a large wooden frame, like a mobile fortress, on enormous wheels. They had a tower on top, from which archers could rain fire on the defenders. At the front of the engine was a large, heavy instrument, somewhere between a battering ram, a spear, and a hammer. This was used to break the mud brick walls of enemy cities, jimmying between the gaps in the bricks and stones, and slowly wearing them down. Defenders would constantly try to set these engines on fire, and so they were covered in thick layers of wet animal hides. A constant stream of Assyrian workers would hurry up to the front lines carrying jars and skins of water, dousing the engine and putting out the fires. As well as these engines, the Assyrians would have laid countless ladders against the walls. The defenders rained down arrows and stones, but the result was inevitable. The defense collapsed. People fled the city in all directions, and the Assyrian army finally marched into Lachish. From here on, the carvings begin to look like a depiction of hell. As a punishment for resisting, the city of Lachish was utterly destroyed. The inhabitants of the city were rounded up and deported to faraway lands on the other side of the river Tigris. The carvings show them leaving the city in long columns, men and women riding bullock carts piled high with all their possessions, children sitting on the carts or cradled in their mother's arms. The carvings even show some prisoners being forced to play musical instruments as they march away from their home, an episode perhaps also recorded in the ancient lament of Psalm 137.
Al Naharot Bavel, Sham Yashavnu Gam Bachinu, Bezochrenu et Zion.
By the rivers of Babylon we sat and wept when we remembered Zion. There on the poplars we hung our harps, for there our captors asked us for songs. Our tormentors demanded songs of joy. They said, "Sing us one of the songs of Zion." But how can we sing the songs of the Lord while in a foreign land?
And it's in this psalm too that we get one of the first recorded warnings delivered to the Empire of Assyria about the fate that might befall it in the future. A fate that its various enemies were increasingly beginning to long for.
Bat Bavel Hashluda.
Daughter Babylon, doomed to destruction, happy is the one who repays you according to what you have done to us. Happy is the one who seizes your infants and dashes them against the rocks.
Next, the Assyrian army marched on Jerusalem, and Hezekiah was ready for them. He'd built a new wall around the great city and dug an underground tunnel through solid stone that would bring fresh water directly into the city. But even so, the situation must have looked bleak. The Judean king decided that he would have to negotiate.
Now in the 14th year of King Hezekiah did Sennacherib, king of Assyria, come up against all the fortified cities of Judah and took them. And Hezekiah, king of Judah, sent to the king of Assyria, to Lachish, saying, I have offended. Return from me that which thou puttest on me will I bear. And the king of Assyria appointed Hezekiah, king of Judah, 300 talents of silver and 30 talents of gold.
In order to pay the bounty, he even stripped the gold from the great temple, something that must have been a heart-rending decision for this devout king. But this seems to have hardly appeased the Assyrian king Sennacherib, who continued his siege. At one point, he sent his general, a man named Rabshakeh, to approach the walls of Jerusalem and demand the surrender of its defenders. The Assyrian general Rabshakeh reminded the Jewish holdouts of all the other lands that had fallen to the military might of the Assyrians.
Hath any of the gods of the nations ever delivered his land out of the hand of the king of Assyria? Where are the gods of Hamath and of Arpad? Where are the gods of Sepharvaim, of Hena and Ivah? Have they delivered Samaria out of my hand?
It looked as though all was lost, but it's at this point that luck began to turn in Hezekiah's favor. The Hebrew Bible recalls him praying to his God, Yahweh, to deliver him from the Assyrian siege. And the Hebrew poet historians who wrote the Book of Kings record this reply coming down to him from the heavens.
Now have I brought it to pass, yea, it is done, that fortified cities should be laid waste into ruinous heaps. Their inhabitants were as the grass of the field, and as the green herb, and as the grass on the housetops, and as corn blasted before it is grown up. Thus saith the Lord concerning the king of Assyria, he shall not come unto this city, nor shoot an arrow there, neither shall he come before it with shield, nor cast a mound against it. And it came to pass that night that the angel of the Lord went forth and smote in the camp of the Assyrians 185,000. And when men arose early in the morning, behold, they were all dead corpses.
We may never know the truth of what happened to bring an end to the siege of Jerusalem. The most likely explanation is probably an outbreak of plague among the army of Assyria. Plague was a constant threat to any campaigning army, and it wouldn't have been the first campaign to end in this way. One Egyptian account, repeated by the later historian Herodotus, recounts how the Assyrian army was turned back after an infestation of field mice swarmed their camp. The mice are said to have gnawed away at the Assyrian bowstrings and shield handles, making them unable to fight. And this is possibly another slightly fanciful description of a plague decimating an army. The Assyrian sources are understandably quiet about what must have been an embarrassing failure. The only source to mention this campaign focuses on the early victories won by the Assyrians and on the tribute that Hezekiah handed over. This campaign gives just one brief snapshot of what the Assyrian war machine was like and how it felt to be on the receiving end of its fury. Still, the campaign had ended in an embarrassment, and it was perhaps this defeat that led the city of Babylon in the south to desire its freedom. The question of what to do with Babylon was one of the constant pressing concerns of the Assyrian kings, and it had been a thorn in their side for centuries. Babylon was a proud and ancient city with a distinct culture, and it was so powerful that it was exceptionally difficult to keep it in the empire. Various Assyrian kings tried different approaches to this problem. Some simply allowed a native Babylonian to rule the city and its surrounding territories, which kept the Babylonian people happy. But this often led to the Babylonian king declaring independence whenever the central power of Assyria was distracted or deployed elsewhere. Others tried imposing an Assyrian governor on the Babylonians. This naturally enraged them, and these Assyrian kings of Babylon would often face plots and rebellions, and would quite often be toppled in favor of some Babylonian noble, who would then immediately declare independence. The third option was to keep the throne of Babylon in the family. This usually involved the king of Assyria crowning his brother or uncle as the king of Babylon. But this held another danger. If this brother was a little too ambitious, he might consider using the might of Babylon as a springboard to try and take the whole empire for himself. By the year 694 BC, this repeated cycle and seemingly impossible problem had become too much for King Sennacherib, and for him the conflict had become personal. Babylonian rebels were partly responsible for the death of one of his sons, and after crushing his enemies in the north, in the kingdom of Judah and along the Mediterranean coast, he swung around and set out on campaign to decisively beat the city of Babylon and solve the Babylonian problem for good. In the year 689 BC, the Assyrians laid siege to Babylon. The siege lasted for 15 months, and when the city finally fell, Sennacherib wrote this description of what happened next.
I destroyed the city and its houses, from foundation to parapet. I devastated and burned them. I razed the brick and earthenwork of the outer and inner wall of the city, of the temples, and of the ziggurat, and I dumped these into the Aratu Canal. I dug canals through the midst of that city. I overwhelmed it with water. I made its very foundations disappear, and I destroyed it more completely than a devastating flood, so that it might be impossible in future days to recognize the site of that city and its temples. I utterly dissolved it with water, and made it like an inundated land.
Even by the standards of the time, this action was considered excessive. Burning a Judean or Elamite city to the ground was one thing, but to do the same to the cultured, ancient, and holy city of Babylon was too much. There was a great outcry in Assyria, and Sennacherib responded by kidnapping the Babylonian god Marduk, carrying him back to Nineveh, and placing him on trial. We can imagine the scenes as a group of Assyrian legal officials gathered in court to condemn the silent stone statue of the god. Marduk was eventually found guilty, but the broken text recounting this episode gives no clue about what punishment was handed down. Sennacherib's goal had been to utterly destroy Babylon, and he had succeeded. Its northern provinces were folded into the Assyrian Empire, and the city itself was left in ruins. The war in Babylon seems to have drained something from King Sennacherib. After destroying the ancient city, he no longer seems to have had any appetite for war. Instead of destruction, he dedicated the later years of his reign to building. He settled down in the city of Nineveh and named it his new capital. Nineveh had been an important city for millennia, but when Sennacherib moved there, it was in a sorely neglected state. He renovated its palaces and built new ones, decorating them with carvings of his early victories, like the one at the siege of Lachish, as the following inscription recounts.
I had a palace built of elephant ivory, ebony, boxwood, cedar, cypress, juniper and terebinth, a palace that I named the Palace Without a Rival. I roofed its rooms with beams of cedar grown on Mount Amanus. I fastened bands of shining bronze on magnificent doors of cypress, whose scent is sweet on opening and closing. I installed 8 striding lions, standing opposite one another, which were made from 11,400 talents of shining copper, cast by the god Ninagal, and were filled with radiance.
One inscription on a stone lion, in the quarter associated with Sennacherib's queen, named Tashmetu Sharat, contains hopes that the royal couple would both live long and healthy lives within the new palace. Sennacherib constructed beautiful gardens at his new palace, importing various plants and herbs from across his empire and beyond. Cotton trees may have been imported from as far away as India, and it's been suggested that the famous Hanging Gardens of Babylon, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, may actually have been these gardens in Nineveh, which were designed to represent the empire in miniature form. Sennacherib recounts these efforts in the following inscription.
I planted alongside the palace a botanical garden, a replica of Mount Amanus, which has all kinds of aromatic plants and fruit trees, trees that are the mainstay of the mountains and Chaldea collected inside it.
By the end of Sennacherib's reign, Nineveh must have shone, a resplendent city fit for the world's mightiest empire. I think in this change we see in Sennacherib, we see a possible different path that history might have taken. The warlike king who had torn down the walls of Lachish and burned Babylon to the ground now seemed to turn away from battle. He settled down and began building instead. If this really indicates a change of personality in this Assyrian king, the tragedy is that he would not live to pass on this spirit to his sons. Sennacherib had at least 7 sons, but when the crown prince, the oldest of them all, died in battle against the Elamites, Sennacherib was left to choose between the remaining younger sons, who would be the next king. In the end, he had to decide between only 2 candidates. These 2 sons were named Urdu-Mulisu and Esarhaddon. For Sennacherib, this seems to have been a difficult decision. At first, the older son, Urdu-Mulisu, was named the crown prince, but after a few years, he seems to have fallen out of favour with his father. We can only guess what it was that made the king change his mind, but considering what would go on to happen, we might offer a guess. It may be that Sennacherib detected something cold and hard in the character of Urdu-Mulisu, a hunger for power that frightened him. Whatever it was, Sennacherib decided to name the youngest of his sons as crown prince instead, the man named Esarhaddon. Esarhaddon's brothers were enraged. In a later inscription, he recalls the effect this announcement had on them.
I am my older brother's youngest brother, but by the command of the gods, my father elevated me firmly in the assembly of my brothers, saying, This is the son who will succeed me. He questioned the gods Samash and Adad by divination, and they answered him with a firm yes, saying, he is your replacement. He heeded their important words and gathered together the people of Assyria, young and old, and my brothers.
Whoa, what the fuck?
And told
Don't
them.
stand about. Get
Afterwards, my brothers went out of their minds and did everything that is displeasing to the gods and mankind, and they plotted evil. They butted each other like goats for the right to exercise kingship. And then, my brothers went mad. They drew their swords godlessly in the middle of Nineveh.
The other brothers begged their father to reconsider, but King
Oh.
Sennacherib's mind
Too fat.
was made up. Urdu Mulisu was forced to swear an oath of allegiance to his brother. We know the kind of thing this oath would have contained because we have surviving copies of this kind of treaty that Assyrian kings always sent out to their vassals. These were long legal documents running over many pages, containing an oath in
What
which
the
they
heck?
swore their loyalty to the
I think
new
it's stuck
crown
in there, that's a
prince,
bit dangerous.
complete with terrifying heavenly punishments if they broke their word.
This is the treaty which the king of Assyria has concluded with you, in the presence of the great gods of heaven and earth. If you should remove it, consign it to the fire, throw it into the water, bury it in the earth, or destroy it by any cunning device, annihilate or deface it, may Anu, king of the gods, let disease, exhaustion, malaria, sleeplessness, worries, and ill health reign upon all your houses, clothe you with leprosy,
Whoa.
and forbid your entering
Take
into
all
the
that.
presence of the gods.
20
or king.
rat meat.
Roam
Damn.
the desert like the wild ass and the gazelle.
Wild
May
ass.
Shamash, the light of heaven and earth, remove your eyesight. Walk about in darkness. May Ishtar, lady of battle and war, smash your bow in the thick of battle. May Nabu, bearer of the tablet of fates of the gods, erase your name and destroy your seed from the land.
Go ahead, stranger.
But still, the bitter former
The
crown
Nine and the
prince
Empire.
Urdu Mulisu refused to accept it. Esarhaddon's brothers began plotting to have him killed, forcing him to flee to the western regions, far from the increasingly dangerous atmosphere in Nineveh. Esarhaddon later remembers this exile with bitterness.
They started evil rumors, falsehoods and slander about me against the will of the gods, and they were constantly telling insincere lies, hostile things behind my back. They alienated the well-meaning heart of my father from me, against the will of the gods. But deep down, he was compassionate, and his eyes were permanently fixed on me exercising kingship.
Let's hear it.
Esarhaddon's escape from Nineveh probably saved his life, but his father Sennacherib failed to see the danger that was increasingly growing against his own person. On the 20th day of Tebet, the 10th month of the Assyrian calendar, in the year 681 BC, the snubbed oldest prince Urdu Mulisu, accompanied by another brother, fell upon the king Sennacherib while he prayed in one of Nineveh's temples and killed him. The death of Sennacherib sent shockwaves across the whole region. In Judah and in all the other places where the Assyrians were despised, people must have celebrated in the streets. But in Assyria, the murder of the king was an abomination. The treacherous prince Urdu Mulisu and the other
Say
brothers
something or move
had
on.
miscalculated the strength of the reaction against them. Riding this tide of outrage, the crown prince Esarhaddon quickly gathered an army and marched out to meet his treacherous brothers in battle. They also mustered a mighty force, but on the eve of the first battle, the soldiers of the brothers deserted en masse, unwilling to fight for the men who had murdered the old king. Esarhaddon now marched on Nineveh, facing virtually no resistance. One of his later inscriptions recalls his emotion upon retaking the city where his father had been murdered.
I entered into Nineveh, my royal city, joyful, and took my seat upon the throne of my father in safety. The south wind blew, the breath of Ea, the wind whose blowing is favorable for exercising kingship. They awaited me favorable signs in heaven and on earth. A message of the soothsayers, tidings from the gods and goddesses, giving my heart courage.
Esarhaddon's rage against the conspirators was overwhelming. He quickly moved to execute all of their accomplices and the entire families of his brothers, as one chilling inscription recounts.
I sought out every one of the guilty soldiers who wrongly incited my brothers to exercise kingship over Assyria and imposed a grievous punishment on them. I exterminated their offspring.
Esarhaddon had retaken the throne that his father had left for him, but the way he was forced to take it forever scarred the young king. The rest of his life he lived in a cloud of paranoia, never knowing who he could trust. Messages written on clay tablets show that he frequently sought the advice of oracles and priests, asking them whether any of his relatives or officials wished to harm him.
I wonder if she heard
He
me
spent
say
much of his time in a heavily fortified palace in the city of Kalu, with high walls and only one entrance and exit, designed to be impregnable to assassins. Perhaps fearing that the gods were angry with him, Esarhaddon also set out to undo some of the damage that his warlike father had done.
Nothing.
He especially wanted to repair relations with the southern metropolis of Babylon after the destruction that his father Sennacherib had wrought on it. He ordered that various statues of Babylonian gods should be returned to their rightful home. And in the year 680 BC, he announced that he would rebuild the ancient city. Many letters written between King Esarhaddon and his chief architects have survived, and in them we get a clear sense that he wanted to rebuild Babylon just as it had been before the destruction.
I laid its foundation platform over its previous foundations, and in exact accordance with its earlier plan. I did not diminish it by 1 cubit or increase it by half a cubit. I drew its ground plan exactly as it had been written. I made its foundation platform as strong as the base of a mighty mountain, and built its structure as it was in former days.
It's like a weed farm back here.
Esarhaddon's rebuilding was a clear message to Babylon's people. And if reports are to be believed, it seems the Babylonians were grateful for the work done on their city. One message written by the governor that Esarhaddon installed in Babylon gives a glowing impression.
I have entered Babylon. The people of Babylon welcomed me, and they blessed the king every day, saying, "He is the one who returned Babylon's captives and booty." Also, the chiefs of Chaldea from Sippar to the mouth of the sea bless the king, saying, "He is the one who resettled Babylon."
But Esarhaddon was also a fierce warmaker. He even invaded Egypt, sick and tired of their activities funding and supporting rebels in Assyrian lands. His first campaign in 673 BC was an embarrassing failure, but he succeeded with another push 2 years later. One victory monument, put up in the south of modern Turkey, proclaimed the totality of his victory.
Memphis, his royal city. In half a day, with mines, tunnels, assaults, I besieged, I captured, I destroyed, I devastated, I burned with fire.
But around this time, Esarhaddon's health began to deteriorate. It's not exactly clear what his illness was, but I think there's a good argument to be made that this Assyrian king was suffering from one of the first recorded cases of depression. The king would often spend days in his sleeping quarters without food, drink, or human contact, and matters were made much worse when his queen, the great love of his life, passed away. Esarhaddon began writing letters to his chief exorcist and medicine man, a person named Adad Shumu Usur. This man was the one most responsible for Esarhaddon's well-being, and he often replied with hopelessness to the king's constant requests, as this letter, written by him to the king, shows.
As to what the king, my lord, wrote to me, I'm feeling very sad. How did we act that I have become so depressed for this little one of mine? Had it been curable, you would have given away half of your kingdom to have it cured. But what can we do? Oh, king, my lord, it is something that cannot be done.
Letters preserved from Esarhaddon's royal court describe his condition in some detail. He suffered violent vomiting, constant fevers, nosebleeds and dizziness, painful earaches and melancholy. The king often feared that his death was near, and a rash began to cover most of his body, including his face. His royal physicians could do nothing to help him, and they often wrote despondently back to him.
The king, my lord, keeps on saying to me, "Why do you not diagnose the nature of this illness of mine and bring about its cure?" I spoke to the king at the audience and could not clarify his symptoms.
As Esarhaddon's death neared, the question of his succession became a pressing concern. He had seen firsthand what a civil war over the throne could do to tear the empire apart, and he wanted to do everything he could to ensure a smooth transition. Determined not to repeat his father's mistakes, Esarhaddon decided on an inventive course of action.
It's fine with me. Go ahead.
He would name one of his young sons the king of Assyria, ruling the whole empire from Nineveh, and another son he would name the king of Babylon, who would rule over that city, swearing an oath to the Assyrian Empire. In Babylon, he appointed his eldest surviving son, Shamash Shumukin, and in Nineveh, to be the king of the whole empire in his place, he appointed a younger son, named Ashurbanipal. It was a beautiful vision. Two brothers, ruling over the world's two greatest cities together. The two of them uniting these two cities, bringing in an age of peace and prosperity. It was a beautiful vision, but a mistaken one. In fact, Esarhaddon's miscalculation would backfire enormously, and the war he caused would usher in the final
crab
chapter
egg.
of the Assyrian age.
20 Kwama eggs. Sweet. That's what we're looking out for. Stuff like that.
One day
Go ahead,
in the
I'm
year
waiting.
670 BC, in the city of Haran in northern Mesopotamia, a woman fell into an ecstatic fit and began speaking in tongues. She ran through the street and shouted out for all to hear a clear and unmistakable prophecy.
A slave girl of Belahur-Sur in the suburb of Haran. Since the month of Sivan, she is enraptured and speaks these prophecies about him. It is the word of Nusku. I will destroy the name and seed of Sennacherib.
King Esarhaddon's network of spies soon delivered this information to him, and he was appalled at the news.
Lord Mead.
He immediately ordered a crackdown across the empire. burning the homes of anyone found to be spreading this conspiracy. But the news of the prophecy does seem to have shaken him. During the final years of his life, Esarhaddon became obsessed with omens and prophecies, and his court astrologers spent a lot of their time reassuring him, as this letter from one of them shows.
The eclipse of the moon moved from the eastern quadrant and settled over the entire western quadrant to the moon. The planets Jupiter and Venus were visible during the eclipse until it cleared. This is fortunate for your majesty and portends evil for your enemies in the Westland.
Because of the dark omens seeming to gather around him, Esarhaddon undertook a number of times a bizarre ritual known as the Substitute King.
Walk with Stendar, citizen.
The Substitute King ritual involved the Assyrian monarch going into hiding for 100 days, during which a substitute was found to take his place.
Anytime now.
This was often a commoner, and he would spend those 100 days living in the palace, sleeping in the king's bed, wearing his crown and royal clothes, and eating his food. During this time, the actual king remained hidden, and even took on the title the Farmer to try to fool the evil spirits out to harm him. At the end of the 100 days, having absorbed whatever negative energy was out to get the king, the substitute was put to death, and the real monarch was returned to the throne, the evil supposedly having passed him by. Esarhaddon repeated this ritual 3 times during the final years of his reign, showing just how desperate he was to shake the feeling of doom that had begun to gather around him. But it was no use. After a rebellion in Egypt, Esarhaddon marched out to fight against those who opposed him, and on the way his health worsened. His condition became critical as his army passed through the north of Mesopotamia, and he died in the town of Haran. This was the same town where, only a few years before, the woman had run through the streets, shouting in ecstasy about the prophecy of his doom.
You shouldn't be.
When Esarhaddon died, his sons Ashurbanipal and Shamash-shum-ukin successfully ascended the thrones of Assyria and Babylon, and began the twin rule that their father had planned. This began as a remarkable success. Shamash-shum-ukin journeyed to Babylon and brought with him the statue of Marduk that his grandfather had put on trial, the last artifact that remained to be returned to Babylon. The 2 princes took up their thrones without any
alchemy, just pottery
or unrest. And at first, it seemed like the old king's plan was about to usher in a new age of
elixirs,
peace.
huh?
But for a number of reasons, that peace wasn't to last. The reign of Ashurbanipal is without doubt the golden age of the Assyrian Empire. At the time of his reign, it was the largest empire that the world had ever seen, and its capital of Nineveh was probably the largest city on the planet. The king Ashurbanipal himself springs out of the historical sources as a fully formed character, full of his own preoccupations and obsessions. One of the most interesting aspects of his character is that he was possibly the first
already?
Assyrian king to be able
Start
to
celebrating your birthday. Happy birthday, Rusty.
Reading wasn't
It is the
considered a particularly
22nd here.
kingly activity.
How old are
Kings
you
had
now?
Servants and scribes to do their reading for them, and rulers were supposed to take part in more manly pursuits like hunting and fighting. But Ashurbanipal hadn't been intended for the throne. Before being named the Crown Prince, he had been preparing for some kind of position in the temples, and this meant he was taught to read from a young age. It's something he was clearly quite proud of, as this inscription, written by him, attests.
I, Ashurbanipal, understood the wisdom of Nabu, the god of learning. All the art of writing of every kind. I made myself the master of them all. I read the cunning tablets of Sumer and the dark Akkadian language, which is difficult
23?
to use. I took my
Happy
pleasure in reading
23rd.
stones
Well done.
inscribed before the flood.
Congrats
Such
on level
works as none
23.
of the kings who went before me had ever learnt. I wrote on tablets, checked and collated, and deposited within my palace for perusing and reading.
Ashurbanipal's collection of clay tablets was something quite unprecedented in the world at the time. It was the first attempt to create a universal library, a place where all the books ever written could be kept. He wrote to cities and centers of learning all across the empire, requesting copies of every written work ever set in clay. Eventually, he would amass a collection of over 30,000 clay tablets. Most were observations of events and omens, texts detailing the behavior of certain peoples and animals, texts on the movements of heavenly bodies, the planets and stars. But the library also contained dictionaries for the languages of Sumerian, Akkadian, and others, as well as religious texts, rituals, fables, prayers and incantations, even comical, satirical pieces of writing, as well as the great ancient mythology and poetry of Mesopotamia. Many of the traditional Mesopotamian stories and tales known today, among them the Epic of Gilgamesh, have only survived into the modern day because they were included in Ashurbanipal's library. But Ashurbanipal would soon have to deal with the very real challenges of ruling the Assyrian Empire. Egypt, Assyria's newest imperial possession,
What's this? Notice. No
And so
solicitors.
in the year 667 BC,
It's locked.
Ashurbanipal marched the Assyrian army as far
Armor.
south as Thebes
I'm listening.
and sacked numerous Egyptian cities in classic Assyrian fashion. This campaign crushed the insurgency, but as usual, it only created more resistance in the long term. Rebellions sprang up once again the very next year, forcing him to march back to Egypt and stamp it out even harder. But despite his efforts, the
We'll get back to
Assyrians
work.
would
I'm
never
playing a little bit
successfully
too much Morrowind.
integrate Egypt into their empire.
Actually, I gotta
And at
go
this
soon.
time,
I've already been
another
streaming for
power
almost
on the
6
opposite
hours.
side of the empire began to become an increasingly painful thorn in the side of Assyria. These were the Elamite peoples of southern Iran. The Elamites were an ancient people. They had been instrumental in the fall of Sumerian society more than a millennium before, and since then had built a powerful and wealthy kingdom centered on the capital of Susa. The people of Elam
Good night.
had clashed
I'll go
with
in
the
a bit.
Assyrians a number of times, and today
Oh, yeah, a
their
little
border
bit more
is
work
more
in.
or less in the same place as the modern border between Iraq and Iran. Ashurbanipal's father Esarhaddon had taken pains to exist peacefully with the
play a
people
little bit
of
too much
Elam,
Morrowind,
and
didn't
even
they?
allowed outbursts of violence on the border to go unpunished. Now Elam was growing in confidence. Without much hope of defeating Assyria on the battlefield, they had settled for a similar tactic as the Egyptians in dealing with their powerful neighbor, supplying and arming rebel groups in Assyria, and causing as much trouble for them as they could without provoking an all-out war. But in the year 653 BC, it's thought that the Elamite king, a man named Toyman received a secret message. This message was from the older brother of King Ashurbanipal, then ruling as the king of Babylon as their father had decreed, the man named Shamash Shumuukin. Shamash Shumuukin had been dissatisfied with his lot in life for a long time now.
How long is this video?
Since their father's death 13 years before.
Still have like
he had ruled
45
as king
minutes
of Babylon,
left on this video.
That's
crazy.
Empire.
It's like a 4-hour long
He must have had a pretty good life,
video.
But he didn't feel all that powerful. In theory, he ruled over all of Babylonia, but in practice, most of his governors simply ignored him and considered Ashurbanipal to be their true king. Inscriptions show that Ashurbanipal would often dictate orders to him and would frequently meddle in the affairs of Babylon. His anger at this situation was clearly growing, and if he did send a message to Toyman, the king of Elam, we can imagine that it contained a clear proposition. I will help you invade Assyria, topple Ashurbanipal, and destroy your ancient rival. And in return, I want to rule over Babylon as its only king. The Elamites were all too eager to accept. When the season of war came back around in the year 664, the Elamites launched a surprise attack. They swept down from the mountains and attacked the Assyrians' southern territories. Ashurbanipal was enraged. He gathered his armies and marched down the rivers to face them. He successfully repelled their attack and chased their soldiers back into Elam. He defeated them in battle beside the river Ulay, close to their capital of Susa, and one of Ashurbanipal's inscriptions boasts about this victory, which is also immortalized in a series of carvings that were displayed on his palace walls.
By the command of the gods Ashur and Marduk, I blocked up the Ulaya River with their corpses and filled the plain of the city Susa with their bodies like waterweeds. In the midst of his troops, I cut off the head of Toyman, the king of the land Elam.
One remarkable carving even depicts the king Ashurbanipal relaxing in his gardens with his queen, surrounded by musicians and servants fanning him, bringing him drinks and food, and all the while the head of his conquered enemy Toyman hangs in the branches of a nearby tree. It's not clear whether Ashurbanipal suspected his brother's hand in the surprise attack. Either way, 1 year later, Shamash Shumuukin revealed his true intentions. He rose his armies in rebellion against his brother and declared the lands of Babylonia to be independent. This clearly shook King Ashurbanipal. We can almost hear the betrayal, the hurt, and the anger speaking directly from his official inscriptions.
Shamash Shumuukin, my unfaithful brother, for whom I performed many acts of kindness, and whom I had installed as king of Babylon. I made and gave him everything that kingship calls for. I assembled soldiers, horses, and chariots and placed them in his hands. I gave him more cities, fields, orchards, and people to live inside them than the father who had engendered me had commanded. He forgot these acts of kindness that I had done for him, and constantly sought out evil deeds. Aloud, with his lips, he was speaking friendship, but deep down, his heart was scheming for murder. He lied to the citizens of Babylon, who had been devoted to Assyria, servants who belonged to me, and he spoke words of deceit with them.
But privately, Ashurbanipal was clearly afraid. He frequently wrote messages to his oracles and soothsayers, giving them questions that he wanted to ask the gods. And in these questions, we get a remarkable sense for the uncertainties and doubts that plagued him during these dark days.
Will the Elamite army gather, get organized, march, and fight with the men and army of Ashurbanipal, king of Assyria?
His fears were soon realized, and the Elamite army, still stinging from their defeat the previous year, joined with his brother to fight him. Ashurbanipal responded by marching with his full force on the city of Babylon. His brother Shamash Shumuukin was forced to retreat behind its mighty walls, and the Assyrians settled in for a siege. The siege of Babylon went on for 4 years. Conditions within the city of Babylon became horrific during this time. People began to starve and resort to cannibalism. When the city finally fell, the Assyrian soldiers poured over its walls and into its streets. Shamash Shumuukin himself appears to have died in a fire, although it's not clear how it was started. The citizens of the city, who had held out for so long under horrific conditions, were cut down by the Assyrian soldiers, as Ashurbanipal's inscriptions recall.
Those of them who fled before the murderous iron dagger, famine, want and flaming fire, and found a refuge, the net of the great gods, my lords, which cannot be eluded, brought them low. Not one escaped, not one sinner slipped through my hands. As for those men and their vulgar mouths who uttered vulgarity against Ashur, my god, and plotted evil against me,
Alright, I'm gonna go to sleep now. Pity, because like this video is getting to like the very interesting part. Okay, I'll see you guys later. Good night, Rusty. Happy birthday, man. Hope you have a good birthday.